Why, hello there. Hello, everybody. Hi. I'm trying to adjust things and stuff. Trying to get my mic to fit under or between my monitors or whatever. Hello there, Sora, Amber. A question mark. Hello, Chunky Shrapnel. Hello. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to a stream. I just pinged the Discord. I was posting on like Blue Sky or whatever when I started to go live, but I feel like it's annoying. So I might not do that anymore. I don't know. I am having a day today. Thank you so much. A question mark for $3. How's it going? It's going all right. It's been an okay day. So Mondays are my injection day, and I did my shot today, and it kind of hurt a lot. And then this happens sometimes, but some of the estrogen leaked out a little bit, like after I did the shot, and that always makes me super paranoid. It always makes me feel like what if my entire dose was ruined? Even though that's not likely what happened. I'm gonna pop out chat so I can put you guys near my camera so that I don't have to keep looking up and away every time. Okay, so I didn't stream last week. I apologize for that. I sort of just needed a week off. I just needed to have a week to chill and not stream and not do the thing. And yeah, I feel a little more rested. I feel a little better. I have a couple things that I want to try to do on my channel, and to become an estrogen vampire. I don't know what all that entails, to be honest, but I get it through good sources. Today's your shot day, and T does the same thing. Yeah, it makes me super paranoid when some of it leaks out. It's like, what if I didn't get a good dose? You know, like what if I didn't get the right dose? Especially because they cut back my dose last time. Like my levels were kind of high, and so they cut back my dose last time to try to bring my levels to like a better point. And it's making me nervous that they cut it too low. Like I'm worried that my levels have been souped too low, but I don't really think that's the case, because I feel like I would feel really crappy, and I don't really end up feeling very crappy. So you asked your doctor about that, and she said it's just that you nicked the blood vessel. Well, like sometimes it bleeds. I'm just saying that sometimes some of the estrogen leaks out, and that happens like almost, I don't want to say every week, but almost every week or something. Like it's pretty common. And Freddy, you trying to get up on the window? He's such a chunky boy. He has a hard time getting up into the windowsill. Yeah, is that what you're trying to do? Is that what you're trying to do, you good boy? Good boy. It's really nice out today, so I think he's trying to sniff that good air, that nice not freezing air. But everything that I've seen online is just that, like, it's not like even if it looks like it's a lot, it's likely not very much that leaks out. So yeah, so did I hear that the Supreme Court is thinking about enforcing that? Sounds like I don't know what you mean by that, because I haven't heard an official opinion or a ruling or anything. Did I hear that they're thinking about it? What does that mean? Like, what are you talking about? Do you have a source on that I can look at? Or do you have anything that I could look at? Or is that just like someone said that someone said that someone said? Because there have been, I mean, like, we got to be really careful about how fear-mongering we are. Like, things are already actually scary, and we don't need to, like if something is not a serious thing that's going to happen, we need to be careful about it. It's on YouTube. Okay, that's not really, I mean, yeah, you can post a link. I don't know what you're referring to. I would like to see an actual source. If it's just like someone saying that they heard that through a fart in the wind, like for instance, I want to give an example. Cute cat image. Oh yeah, the little thing I got at like Hobby Lobby, the cat with the sunglasses on it. I like it. Then I've got my actual cat right here, Freddy. He's a good boy. Aren't you a good boy? Are you a good boy? Yes, he's a very sweet boy. He's on some new food. He's been on new food for like a week or so. Many of you know that he has butt problems. He has a very upset tummy all the time. And sometimes he poops himself. And I think it's like, I've tried so many different things. Like this has been an ongoing issue. I've tried probiotics. I've even tried like really expensive treatments. Like there's this like poop replacement pill thing where like, maybe you've heard of this before, where there's like fecal matter transplants that they can do, which is basically just like putting fecal matter with like a healthy microbiome inside of the intestines of a person or an animal, and it helps like facilitate a healthy microbiome in the organism. And they have that in pill form, and I tried that for months and months, and it didn't do anything. So I don't know what it is, the poop boofing. Yeah. Well, luckily he was able to just eat it. Luckily it was just a pill that he had to swallow, and which kind of sucked actually, because we had to push it down his throat because he didn't like, you can't chew it. And so like we had to make sure that it was in his throat and he swallowed it, and that always made me feel bad. They were kind of big, so like the pill pockets didn't really work. Like I did that a little bit though. Like I would coat it in a pill pocket just like a little bit, so that he would like be like, oh, this is a treat, and just swallow it. But yeah, that didn't work. And it's just been this ongoing thing. I've swapped food before, but like there's this local place near my house that has a food. It's like a cat food that is like, it's a dry food, but it's cooked at a very low temperature. So it's got like a bunch of like enzymes that are like maintained. Like it's not like the quality of the food isn't destroyed by the cooking process. It's like a really high quality source of food, and it's grain free and all that stuff. And so I have had him on that for like a week or two, and I'm happy to say that he's actually improving. Like this new food, I don't know if it's the magic bullet, but he has not had a serious accident in like a week or two, or like a week or so. I would say he had a couple accidents after we swapped the food, but he's he's been doing better. He still has a leaky butt, but it's like less explosive, like he doesn't seem to have very big explosive poop problems. So hopefully that continues to improve. I'm trying not to be too hopeful about it, because I've tried like 5 different things to try to help with this issue, but I'm hopeful. Like he at least seems happier. That's a medical term, leaky butt. Yeah. Hello to everyone that's popping in. It's nice to see people popping in. Lexi, I never saw a link to what you were talking about, so I'm not going to really entertain that unless I can validate that's a legitimate thing. As long as blue states continue to provide gender affirming care, I wouldn't worry too much. Well, we can talk about it. I mean, I feel like there's like a Freddy hair like on my nose. There it is. Got it. I could like see it. Hello, MAA Cotton. Trump and Putin seems to trade brain poo. What does that even mean? But yeah, no. The whole stuff lately, I don't even know what to talk about, but we will be talking. Just curious, when does the political discussion start? You have your cut. Oh, it's gonna be right now. I mean, I tend to like oscillate between talking about my life and talking about politics and talking about whatever. Probably just because I'm a little bit ADHD, but yeah, I mean, we can talk about politics right now. I like this past week has just been a little bit more of the continued trajectory that we've been seeing from the Trump administration. So essentially, things are getting worse in polling. Like his support is collapsing, and he's like Elon Musk is getting less and less popular, and all this stuff is happening. And he just keeps like saying he's gonna do tariffs and backing off the tariffs and all this stuff. It's yeah, never mind. I almost fell for it. The title, it was a Fox News slot video. My bad. Yeah, be really careful about that stuff, because the last thing you need is to be convinced that like the worst, like there's a lot of bad things happening. So for instance, one bad thing that is happening that I'm not going to spend too much time talking about is that Texas proposed, like there's a representative in Texas who proposed an anti-trans bill at a state level that would make changing your gender marker fraud. So if you're a trans woman and you have an F on your driver's license, then you're going to be charged and arrested and fined. It was like a 2-year prison sentence, a $10,000 fine, and it's fraud. It's a felony. That is not going to pass. It's not going to happen. The reason why is because Texas has like 3,000 bills for 2025. Like they're in their legislative session. There have been 3,000 proposed bills, and there are no co-sponsors. It's literally one representative who brought forward the bill with no co-sponsors, and the state legislature does not seem interested in taking on the bill. They have 3,000 bills to get to. So yes, it's important to make a note of that, and especially make a note of which representative brought that forward, and all of that is important. But I'm seeing people talk about it, and like we got to be careful how much airtime we give stuff like that, because the fear is the point. Like with that anti-trans bill, the reason, like that representative probably doesn't think that bill is going to pass. He's bringing the when did chat get so toxic? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Relax. It's cool. It's chill. Everything's fine. No one's pressuring me. It's cool. It's fine. Like the entire stream is marked as politics. So, I get why people want me to talk about it. It's all good. I don't think chat is being very toxic. But anyway, the point is that like if people see that this bill is proposed, they may think that there's a chance that it'll pass. And if they think there's a chance that it'll pass, it'll make them afraid. It'll make us scared. It might even make someone harm themselves, just literally this being proposed. And so by talking about it, yes, it's important that we know that this is happening, and that we know that this hateful representative is spending his time, instead of working for his constituents, he's trying to focus on culture war issues, and he's trying to win cultural brownie points on the right, and he's trying to demonize already marginalized communities. But like there's no real point in talking about it in an extended conversation, because quite simply put, it's not going to happen. Now, if the bill was like, if there was a chance this bill would pass, then yeah, we would need to talk about it more, and we would need to seriously consider like I think a lot of trans people already consider Texas like a no-go zone, and like Florida like a no-go zone. But if that kind of thing passed, of course that would make it like it would take Texas back before the Stonewall riots, where it was illegal to be trans. And not exactly in the same way, because it has to do with your marker on a license, but like it's a step. It's a very scary, it would be a very scary step in a very, very bad direction, but it's not going to happen. And so again, it's just like, the more I talk about it, the more afraid I'm going to make people. And I feel like it's important to be cognizant of that. So I saw Lady Vaporeon said you're going to a march in DC on Friday. That's awesome. I keep hearing about these marches, and I hate so much that like I work a lot and like I need more time, especially if it's something like in DC. Like I would need like I would need some time, some notice to be able to get off work and to be able to like have money for it to make the trip. Like I anyone that can get out there and do that protest, be a part of that national march, that would be really important. I would highly recommend doing that. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. I don't think that, yeah, that's gonna happen for me. If there are more local, actually, like someone reached out to me a while ago about, like, I think it was with the 5051 protests. They reached out to me that there was one happening in my state, and I would have loved to have gone to that, but like it was like the day before. And again, I need more time. But like if it's in my state, like, and I had 2 weeks notice, uh, of a protest or a rally, I would definitely go to it. I live in Ohio, by the way. But if anyone finds out about like things happening in Ohio, especially if it's closer to me, I would be excited. I'm not going to say exactly where I live in Ohio, but yeah, I'm curious about going to events like that because I would like to participate and I would like to do what I can. And I think it would also give me some more to come back here and talk about, like, yeah. Um Agreed, it's not going to pass, so everyone stay strong. With that being said, we should resist these bills because they're all test bills. What do you mean exactly by it being a test bill? I do think that, the Republicans love to put forward legislation that's just complete garbage. And I feel like a lot of the times they're doing that to like workshop whether they can get away with it, so to speak. But I'm just curious what you mean by that. Back in the 60s, my country passed around flyers on civil defense and preparedness. One of the most important parts of it is not to spread hearsay and to share observations directly with relevant people. Yeah, that's important. Like, and that's again why I am trying to be mindful about what I talk about. Like the thing I just made my video about, the conversation Gavin Newsom had with Charlie Kirk. Like that was actually an important moment because it betrays the fact that he doesn't care. Like he doesn't care at all about us, and Gavin Newsom is willing to throw us under the bus. I did want to spend some time today talking about, oh, also I wanted to say, just, I know my previous streams have had like Project Zomboid attached to it. Like I would talk about politics for like 2-3 hours and then I would play like Project Zomboid. I'm gonna probably break that into like, at least for this time, I'm just gonna try it. Like I'm gonna do a separate stream. So I'm gonna have this stream, and then if I feel like continuing afterwards with gaming, I will start a second stream where I do gaming. Does that make sense? That way they're two separate VODs. It's not all together in one VOD. And if you're here for gaming, you can come back when it's, and you'll know when I'm gaming because it'll be an actual gaming stream. That being said, I may start doing Monster Hunter when I play games because it's out now and Monster Hunter Wilds is like super good. But then again, maybe I should not do that. I don't know. I don't know. Using sound booster extension. Is anyone else think I'm really quiet? I mean, I'm on my end, I'm like as close as I can be. Like if I push my gain any higher, I'm gonna start peaking. I'll start like peaking. So your end. Okay. Well, I hope that the sound booster helped. Thanks for streaming. This is the nearest thing to a third place some of us get these days. Yeah, it's a little sad. I think about that a lot. That like one of the worst things about like third spaces not existing in large part nowadays is that like that is an important opportunity for trans folk to humanize ourselves to the public. Like seeing trans people out in public being normal and just living a human life is like, I don't want to say it's like transformational or anything, but it goes a long way in helping like humanize us and um all that stuff. So I don't know. I want to keep that. I want that to be, something we think about is that like being in public is important and not having third spaces really sucks. Hosting a stream is me trying to do what I can to combat that a little bit. But yeah. I wish that I wish that capitalism hasn't like there are even like there are certain third spaces that are like pay gated. And that's class warfare right there. The closest thing to a third place in my neighborhood is the local gas station. Yeah, like there's like a lot of places that used to be like just open, like you want to go hiking or whatever. What's a third space? So a third space is just like a place people go outside of their private dwellings to mingle with other people. Like an open space, like a park is a perfect example. Hello, Alyssa. So like for instance, a park. You can go to a park, you just show up there, there's other people there, they're all doing their own thing. It lets people mingle, it lets people witness each other existing, and yeah. It's really important to the function of a society. When you have less third spaces, like it makes it easier to divide people and to have people like at each other's necks. Like the billionaires benefit a lot from the lack of third places, because if people were able to have third places, or like places they could go outside of their personal dwellings that don't cost money, that they can engage with other people, then like we would be able to find a lot more like common ground on class issues. Now, obviously on cultural issues, the right and the left are divided in an extremely deep way. But like class warfare is bad for everyone. Like unless you're a billionaire, which no one watching me is a billionaire, then like, you know what I mean? Like you benefit from getting together with other people who are a part of the same class, the working class or middle class or whatever you want to call it, the class of people that aren't billionaires, everyone else basically. If you're a part of the 99% or the 99.5%, then like you benefit a lot from having places where you can engage with other people. You can talk about like egg prices, you can talk about things that are frustrating, that are, yeah. And again, it allows us, specifically in the LGBTQ community, it allows us to humanize ourselves to other people. I've talked about this before, but I live in a red state, and I have seen a lot of people in my personal life who like I moved when I started my transition. I moved out of the city I was born in and moved to a different place. It's still in Ohio, but like I moved. And so since then I've met a lot of people, and these people have never met a trans person before. And I have been a humanizing force for other trans people, because they see that I'm a normal person. They see that I'm just like living my life or whatever. And it gives like positive representation. So having people stuck on their computers behind screens, it inevitably creates social division. It like people think about trans people like stereotypes, like things they see online, like memes or cringe videos from TikToks. But it's like we are just people. And so yeah, park is a great example because it's free. A lot of people could argue bars are a third space, but it's useless when a single beer is $10. Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's why it's such a crisis in America, because most places you would think are third spaces are not free. They cost money. And like for instance, ideally, cafes should be a location where you can just go and you don't need to spend money, or if you're gonna spend money, like, you can buy a $2 treat, like a little cookie or something for $1, and then you can sit there and use the Wi-Fi and hang out and chat or whatever. Like ideally they would be free, and there would be no expectation to purchase things. But everywhere you go that's supposed to be a third space, it costs money. If you want to go to a bar, you know, like sometimes there's entry fees, but then it's like crazy expensive to drink. I don't personally drink, but those are spaces to socialize. There are clubs, you know, where you go to dance or whatever. Again, there's usually a head count fee, like a charge to get in. There are a lot of places that cost money, and it sucks. It's exclusionary. Do you have any tips for gaining weight? I'm struggling with my weight and I want to get better at better fat distribution. Honestly, let me I think what this person said it down here. I started walking. Sometimes I get lost. Today I walked 11 kilometers and ended up passing a canine training place. I don't fear the dogs. I do fear the handlers. Oh, okay. But yeah, walking, going on, like, just start counting calories. You don't have to be like super accurate with it or anything, but just getting a general idea of like how many calories am I eating in a meal, and like being cognizant of that and trying to work on dietary choices that make sense for you to help cut back on maybe some of the high calorie foods you're eating. And then maybe just like go on a walk every other day or something for an hour or something like that. That stuff is really important. One thing that happens with the body is if you don't exercise and you're not taking proper care of yourself, your metabolism will go down. Like your metabolism will crash. So you want to make sure that you're doing what you can to keep your metabolism up, that you're managing your weight in a healthy way. Now this is a rickety soapbox for me to be on right now. Like this is a platform that's about to collapse under my own weight because I've actually gained since I started transitioning, I gained a lot of weight. Oh, enjoy your walk, Skylar. Honestly, I feel like this would be a really good stream to listen to on a walk, but I understand if you don't have like good service, or if you don't have infinite data, it might be kind of problematic. I have T-Mobile, and I'm not gonna lie, T-Mobile has had infinite data for like forever, and I'm not trying to shill for T-Mobile, but I've had like nothing but positive. One time T-Mobile called me and was like, "We're overcharging you. We're gonna cut your bill by like, I think it was like $5 a month or something that I had been paying extra for no reason." Pretty decent phone company, honestly. I only pay like 60 or 70 a month. I get unlimited data, unlimited talk and text. Not an ad. I swear to God. I'm sorry. I don't want to sound like I'm shilling for a company that makes me want to throw up, but it's really nice when, because I'm on the internet all the time. Like I'm always using my phone. I cannot. If I had limited data, I would just it would be bad. It would be very bad. You're super underweight and struggle with an eating disorder. Oh, okay. If you're talking from the other way, then I would say you need, okay. So that's, I don't want to say that's, it's an entirely different problem in that situation. Obviously you want to try to focus on high calorie foods that you are, able to eat, and, that are not necessarily big meals, but so yeah, you might want to focus on like eating higher fat content, higher caloric stuff. Like just just calorie counting can be a powerful thing. Like try to keep in mind, like, okay, how many calories am I actually eating during this? Like if you have a meal, if you're eating like 300 calories a meal and you're eating three meals a day, or 400 calories a meal, 3 meals a day, then you're clearly under eating. So just like trying to find food. I wish I had better advice for this. I'm not gonna lie. I have the opposite problem. Like I've gained like 35 pounds since I started transitioning. And now granted, some of that are like my boobs and like my hips and stuff. So like it's like hard for me to know how much of that weight is like from me overeating, and how much of that weight is just like weight that I would have gained anyway, even if I wasn't overeating. But I'm struggling with the opposite end of the spectrum, because I'll be totally honest with you. Like I Second puberty has made me so hungry all the time. Like I am constantly so hungry and I can eat so much. It's disgusting. Like I'm really struggling with the opposite end of that spectrum. Like I've been trying to focus on finding lower calorie meals, lower calorie snacks, lower calorie uh things so that I can try to lose weight. Yeah, like cheese is super high calorie. Uh if you cook with a lot of oils, like butter, that kind of stuff is really high calorie. Like seriously, if you can eat like buttered toast, that can be pretty high calorie. Just avoid things that are low calorie like pickles or um like I don't know. I wish I had more information on how to like if it's stemming from an eating condition, like an eating disorder. uh I don't have a lot of specific advice to give you. It sounds like you're gonna have to conquer the eating disorder. Maybe it's a lack of food motive. Maybe you don't have much food motivation, like you're not very motivated to eat. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's something like that. Low cavalry snacks. Okay. Um God, what was I even talking about before I read that? Let me see here. Oh yeah, we were talking about third places. Yeah, that was definitely a good conversation. So, uh oh my god, I love ice cream so much. That's actually one of the biggest issues that I'm having is I love ice cream so much. It's so hard for me to avoid ice cream. It's so hard. I used to be on the paleo diet years ago and I lost a lot of weight on that diet, but I missed ice cream more than I missed literally anything. Pickles are important though. Anything pickled is important. The electrolytes. Yeah, sure. 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 What's my favorite ice cream? That's a good question. That's a very difficult question to answer. Um, I like a lot of different kinds of ice cream. I'm a big mint chocolate enjoyer. I do love a really good mint chocolate ice cream. But I'm also kind of a basic bitch sometimes. Like I like cookie dough. I like oh god, it's making me hungry thinking about it. I love ice cream. Okay, I love a lot of ice cream actually, like so much. Like I love Jenny's. Jenny's ice cream is just it's so incredible. It's mind-blowingly good. If you've never had Jenny's, then you're not even living. Like you're not even who like what are you even doing? Also like have any of you ever been to like a little like Hispanic ice cream shop, like a little uh Mexican ice cream shop? Like those, oh my god, those places are amazing. You can get so much. They have such good ice cream and like they have like these like fruit cup things that you can get that are like you get like a ton of fruit and oh god. I'm gonna stop talking about food, okay? I like just ate a huge meal before I got here, and I'm already like, snackiness sounds good. I kind of want to snack on something. Uh, okay. Does anyone else drink the pickle juice? Um, I'll sip it a little. Just finished a pint of brown butter almond toffee. Jenny's had this one ice cream recently. It was like I don't even remember what it was. It was like a gosh, what is it? It was like a it was like a pancake. It was like a cornbread blueberry pancake ice cream or whatever. And I just I can't describe to you how good it was. It was life-changing. Like I almost cried. Oh my God. I need to stop talking about ice cream. I'm gonna go binge a bunch of ice cream after this. Am I gonna talk about Texas? We already talked about it, to be honest. And again, I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about it because it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. And so talking about it is just gonna strike fear. It's just gonna make people afraid. I mean, people are already afraid, and they're like gonna hear about that, and they're gonna be like, well, we're all gonna die, and it's just not gonna happen. So for the sake of all of you and your mental health, I've never tried vegan ice cream. I've never had vegan ice cream. Don't worry about the Texas thing. It's a bill that was proposed that has no co-sponsors. There are 3,000 bills in the 2025 session. It's not going to be voted on. It's not going to happen. It's not even going to go up for a vote. Like, literally, don't waste your emotional energy freaking out about that, or don't even learn about it. Like, if you don't, you can learn about it. I should advocate for you to learn about it. But is there Tillamook ice cream in Ohio? I've never heard of that before. Okay. Let's get back to the politics. Let's get to the politics. What do I even want to talk about? So I've heard about this. I've heard about there's like tension building within the cabinet against Elon Musk, and I haven't seen. Trump denies it. Like there was a video where reporters were asking Trump about it, and Trump was like, "There's no tension. There's no problems. Everything is hunky dory. Everything is perfect." But as far as I've heard, some of the cabinet appointees do not like Elon Musk and do not agree with what he's doing. And I think there were even like Senate Republicans, or was it cabinet members or Senate Republicans that met with Elon and basically were trying to convince him to do everything through Congress rather than just like trying to ham fist do everything by himself. Like he's very much doing more than what an advisor would do, and essentially they were asking him to just be an advisor, and then I think that he was pushing back on that. So Trump has to address the Dow crashing tomorrow. He did kind of address it. He said that, you know, there's going to be a transition period. Like I think he was being interviewed by Maria Bartiromo. Is that her name? And yeah, I can talk about that, Amber, in a minute. I saw that too, and it's sad. But so Maria Bartiromo was interviewing him. It was basically like, people are saying there's going to be a recession. There's already, you know, there's people are scared. There are warning signs. And Trump was essentially like, well, there's going to be a transition period. You know, I've only been here for 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever. And, you know, you got to give me time. You got to give me time. And it's not, it doesn't like, I don't know. I think that will work in the like meantime. Like I think in the immediate, like that will kind of delay the questions. But next month when inflation rises again and job numbers are bad again, and the stock market is still doing bad, like especially if these tariffs actually go into effect. And that's another thing, is we keep having this whiplash effect from him announcing that he's like, I'm doing the tariffs next month. Actually, I'm doing the tariffs tomorrow. Tomorrow comes. Actually, I'm doing the tariffs next month. Like it does not, it's this economic whiplash effect that is causing investors and people all around the country to stop spending money, to try to hoard on to whatever money they can. And it's hurting the economy. It's hurting everything. And so like, inevitably it'll become too clear. Like he can't deny responsibility for the bad happenings in the economy forever. Like eventually he will need to address the fact that things are not good under him. And I mean, like, we'll see. It really all depends on what happens in the long term. Like, if that budget bill passes the Senate and gets signed, like if that happens, you will see like there will be, like, if they try to cut some of these people off of the Social Security, or if they try to cut this 880 billion from Medicare, like if that happens, they're gonna have a very rude awakening. Like it's going to, the pressures will keep escalating, and he will not have a response that assuages everyone's fears. The CEOs want to meet him tomorrow. What are you talking about? Even just talking about the tariffs cause economic anxiety and effectively harms the economy. Well, you can even go farther than that. Like him threatening the tariffs, like Canada has put retaliatory tariffs on us. I'm pretty sure Mexico did retaliatory tariffs, and I think China did as well. I'm not sure about the China part, but I know Canada did. And like they did not pause that. Like they put those retaliatory tariffs into effect, and those are in effect. So like him threatening the tariffs caused our trading partners to be like, oh, you want to play this game? Fine, we'll play this game. And then Trump's like, well, maybe I don't want to play this game. Maybe I don't want to play this game. And they're like, no, we're playing this game. Like, you're going to threaten us with tariffs. Here are some tariffs. And I think that's already doing harm on our country. And I actually think that the entire reason why Trump is delaying the tariffs is to try to, like, okay, if he had done it all at once, the economic downturn and the economic distress would have been immediate, and it would have been more extreme than what we are seeing. Like the stock market crash would have been dramatic, like insane, and it would have been undeniable that it's because of his tariff thing, right? And so what I think he's trying to do is he's trying to like do it in stages. So he's like, okay, we're gonna do a tariff. I'm gonna threaten all the tariffs, and then I'm gonna just keep like a little bit of it in effect. And then I'm gonna threaten tariffs, and then we're gonna keep like a little bit of an effect. And oh, they're gonna do retaliatory tariffs. Okay, and so like over the next 5 months, we're just gonna have like increasing tariffs like keep happening. Like the tariffs are just gonna keep escalating, and more of them will go into effect. And I think he's hoping that it'll cause the economic downturn to happen so gradually, or more gradually, to a point where he can just like continue to blame Biden for it. He can be like, oh, well, I inherited this like this was just a natural result of the Democrats doing whatever they were doing, even though Biden, you know, record job number creation, and like he had like 18 months straight of job creation. He was like breaking, he was exceeding every estimate for the economy every month, record like low unemployment or whatever. And now we're no, like we didn't get the economic downturn until Trump took office. Like he's just really trying to make it so that people can't see plainly what's going on. He's just trying to make it too confusing for people to understand the direct results of, like, if he just did the tariffs all in one day, again, I feel like it would be so immediate, and the economic crash would have been so quick. Like there would have been no chance for him to deny. Waiting for the EU to tariff the crap out of the US. Everyone's going to tariff us. Does Trump have a reason he wants to put tariffs in place, or does he just feel like it or something? So the argument that he always makes for tariffs is that he thinks that it's going to bring manufacturing jobs back to the United States. And he says that it's going to cause companies to want to move to the United States or whatever to yeah. And hi Vem. Love your shirt. Thank you. Uh, yeah. So he thinks it's going to help the economy. He seems to think that tariffs are a free way to make, like, he seems to think it's like this one simple trick, to like generate wealth for the country. He's like, I don't understand why we're not, tariffing everything all the time, because it's just like free money or whatever. But really, like, tariffs are inherently harmful to our economy. Like, it can be it's like an incentive structure. So you have a carrot and you have a stick, right? Like, you can either, so there are manufacturers, right? And they're importing goods to the United States at low rates because they have laborers. Like, if you're in Asia, you can pay people a lot less than you have to pay people in America. And so you can create goods cheaply. And kind of the issue is that so, like, you can use the carrot or the stick. You can either incentivize those companies to come to the US to produce those goods by, like, subsidies or tax stuff or whatever. Like, there are multiple ways that you can go about, like, incentivizing people to come to the country to do stuff. One other way that you can do that is by doing tariffs. So, like, let's say a car company is making a car for $10,000. I know that's not a real price for a car. I'm just picking a number because I'm lazy and math is hard. So if you have tariffs in place, let's say you put a 25% tariff in place, that car is now going to cost $1,250 or $1,500. 12? Oh my God. It was $10,000. It's going to be $12,500. I cannot speak. I'm sorry. So, yes, I know that's not a modern car price, but if I'm not going to say the car is going to be 39,000 something and then I have to do all this math or whatever. I'm not doing that. So, you put the tariffs in place, it raises the price of the car. So now, when an American company produces the car, if it costs $15,000, instead of there being a $5,000 gap in the cost, there's only a $2,500 gap in the cost. So then that incentivizes people to say, hey, it's only $2,500 more dollars. I know that's still a lot of money, but, like, it's supposed to incentivize people to be like, well, instead of buying the crappy foreign car, I could buy the domestic car for slightly more money or whatever. So it's closing the gap. But you pay for the tariff. Like, the consumer pays for the tariff. So it's inherently harmful to the average person. Thank you, Emily. I appreciate you. Where's... Oh, Amber retracted a message, but wait, was the message retracted or did there was, like, something happening? Oh, yeah. So, Amber brought something up, and after we're done with the tariffs, we can... Oh, I saw that there was a message up there that Amber had, and then it was retracted, and I didn't know if she deleted it or what happened. So I was just trying to, yeah, the prison stuff. Yes. I'll talk about that once the tariff thing is. The issue is American workers require so much more money than other workers that the incentives still won't be there. Yeah, no, exactly. It'll still be cheaper to pay for the tariffs. Yes, exactly. And so essentially the tariffs are just going to make things more expensive for no reason. It's not really going to incentivize any company to come here and start producing goods. It would be way more effective focusing on, like, stuff that honestly Biden was doing. He had the CHIPS Act, which, like, incentivized companies to create domestic manufacturing for computer chips. Like, stuff like that would be better because it won't directly hurt consumers. It also doesn't bring costs down because domestic companies just raise their prices to corner profits. Yeah, I'd be willing to believe that. Like they're like they can try to keep the margin what it was before the tariff. So if there was if there was like a gap in the cost, you know, like a lot of people, like a lot of companies are evil. I know this is like, you always delete your messages. You're sneaky. Okay, that's a little. Uh, I'm not sure why. But essentially, what companies are going to do, like this happened during COVID. So like there was inflationary pressure during COVID. So like people, prices went up, right? Prices went up because supply line stuff was rough. It was hard to import goods. It was hard to get anything, and so yeah, the prices went up on certain goods. Companies also increased the prices on things that had no inflationary pressure attached to it. So like prices went up across the board because prices were going up in general. So companies thought to themselves, well, if people are expecting prices to go up, why don't we just raise our prices anyway? Like even though we're not affected by, the COVID supply issues, why don't we just raise our prices just because? And so that happened during COVID, and that happens a lot whenever companies expect inflationary pressures or expect any of that. They always raise their prices above what they need to, because like they're not going to they're going to try to make a profit off of it. If they see an opportunity to make a buck off of your suffering, that's like CEOs are drooling over that shit. Like they want you to be miserable and spend all of your money on their garbage, so that they can have $7 million yachts and $30 million mansions and pay themselves bonuses that equate to more than the entire life income of someone who had worked their entire life, over a single bonus. Yeah. So, have you seen the price of car parts and electronics? It's terrific. That's a really funny joke, and I think that should become a meme if the tariffs actually go into full effect. I mean, they're already happening, like retaliatory tariffs are already happening. So the entire dairy industry in my country did that for no reason when the war in Ukraine went hot. Yes. Yes. Okay, so anyone else want to talk more about the tariffs? I feel like we're struggling to predict what's going to happen with that, because they're on and they're off, they're on and they're off, they're on and they're off. Welcome back, Amber. And by Amber, I mean Sora. Yeah. It's a problem. Tariffs are annoying. I'm frustrated. Glad to be back in the house. Welcome home. Yay. Any publicly traded company is entirely divorced from accountability because they don't operate on human morals. They operate on profit. Exactly. The meme of like the mimetic structure of a business is devoid from human morals, ethics, and anything we normally care about, because it's like corporations are entirely the drive to make more profits for their shareholders. Like that is what a corporation is. Have you seen the SNL skit on Trump's tariffs, off in the morning, on at night? No, I haven't seen that. But it sounds accurate, You cannot ascribe human emotions to the actions of companies, good or bad. Exactly. Like they want to be viewed as entities that are like have a level of personhood, but we should deny that to corporations. Corporations should be entirely viewed as these mechanical structures designed entirely to create profit, which is like one reason why I've bemoaned the fact that video games have become, it's a profit seeking industry now. Like investors are trying to mine the gaming sector for money. And I find that really problematic, because I view video games as an art form, not a business. Like yes, you can make money off of video games, but a video game, the point of it should be art. Like it should be to do something creative, and corporate pressure and corporate structure and all of that stuff is antithesis to making a good game, is antithesis to making good art. This is why I get pissed when companies try and act human on Twitter. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There are literal headlines out there saying companies with record profits are upset they didn't make what they anticipated last year with record profits. Yeah, I think oh god, who does that? Isn't that Sony, or who is it? It's like the Final Fantasy people. They always Asus, MSI, Sony. Yeah, Nvidia. Yeah, I hear about it a lot where they're like, oh, we wanted to sell 1.5 million and we only sold 1 million. We only made $10 billion instead of $15 billion. Oh no. My bonus is only going to be $32 million. Oh no. Like that's the kind of BS that they're. Wow. We kind of moved away from Final Fantasy VII made you trans. Cool. Like what specifically helped you? What specifically from Final Fantasy VII helped you bridge the gap or whatever? Like what was it that cracked your egg? It's off topic, but I'm having a really hard time thanks to the Ohio school bathroom ban. You can't watch your kid perform tomorrow. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. The Ohio school bathroom ban is really crappy. I don't know if you heard about it. But like, so there's a university in Ohio, the University of Cincinnati, and they had put up bathroom signs. They had put up signs on the bathrooms that said biological man and biological woman. And the student population protested it so hard that they had to take down the signs in like 24 hours. Like they had the signs up for like 24 hours and they were forced to remove them because the backlash was so severe and so immediate. That's definitely a good thing. The one thing I would say about the Ohio bathroom bans is like, I'm not sure entirely. It feels like the enforcement of that is like really like how, like on an individual basis. If a school knows you're trans, then maybe they have a way of enforcing that on you. But like, you know what I mean? Like how does that even? To summarize, he's only been focused on expanding the ability to cut down a lot of trees. Oh yeah. I've seen the thing where Trump wants to cut down old growth. Like we have destroyed a lot of the old growth forests in America for industry, and essentially Trump wants to murder the ecosystems of old growth forests entirely. Like there are some old growth forests in Ohio and it's very thinned out. Like they used to be these massive groves of oak trees that are like hundreds of years old, like 300 years old or older or whatever. Like these trees are ancient, and we started cutting them down because a lot of these old growth trees are like, the lumber's different. Like it's just like the trees have been around for so long. The lumber is really like thick and hard and really good for like carpentry and stuff. But these trees are also pivotal to the ecosystem. They affect the microbiome in the soil. They help they do a lot of stuff, okay? Like they're really important. And yeah. Oh, what was that? Where do biologically intersex people go? So Cincinnati The University of Cincinnati, as far as I am aware, only had the 2 bathrooms. I don't think they have like a gender neutral bathroom there. I don't know, but from what I read from the article, um, it's just like those bathroom ban laws are so stupid. It's so dumb. It makes me. It's just so dumb. I've seen a lot of content from trans men lately talking about how they have been beaten up for going into the women's restroom, even though they are legally required to. That is so sad. That is so sad. And I've heard like I actually argued with someone in chat about this like a stream or two ago. I don't even remember which stream it was, but someone was talking about how, wait, was it in here? Was it in the, oh, it was in the Discord. I'm sorry. It was in the Discord. Someone was essentially saying that like trans men should like do that as an act of protest, like an act of resistance, is they should follow the bathroom bans. And I feel like that's just that's like asking trans men to be assaulted. It's like, would you please let yourself be assaulted for our cause? Like, would you please put your life on literally on the line to make a point? Please, can you please do that? That's good resistance right there. I disagree with that point entirely. I think that what's the term for it? It's like something compliance or something, where it's like the law is really dumb, and so complying with the law makes it obvious how dumb the law is. And so it's like a form of protest or whatever. Malicious compliance. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. But like I genuinely I think in some situations that can make sense. Like in some situations, I understand where malicious compliance comes into effect and is important. Hello, Andrew. But I think that it as a whole, asking trans men to like risk their life and safety and health for to make a point like that, I think that's just really, I don't know if that's the way forward. Like I don't really think that's a good form of protest, because then you get people getting assaulted, getting really hurt. It normalizes violence. It's, and it's scary. Like I wouldn't ask someone to put their safety on the line like that. Like there are other forms of protest that are probably more effective, that don't involve you putting yourself in a situation where you're likely to be beaten to, you could lose your life, you could lose your health. Like even if you're not dead, like you could suffer a severe brain injury or something from someone attacking you. Oh, I'm sorry. You can hear me plucking out. I'm like plucking at my clothes, like a nervous habit or whatever. However, I do kind of find it sort of unfair. Understandably, the most logical solution I can make is sports with full of just trans people. Well, there's like 10. Wait, what are you talking about? The U.S. Senate Bill S9 Passion Motion Closure. So it basically means that trans people are still going to be around. Yeah, I saw that. So they didn't. That bill is not going to move through the Senate. You find trans folk in sports unfair? Because I want you to okay. Like oh, one of our mods wants to be a YouTube mod too. Who is oh, I didn't know that. Which, oh, it's Marcy. You're Marcy. Oh, hi Marcy. Okay, yeah, you can be a moderator. There you go. Oh, well, I should have recognized that because your Discord. I think that's your actual Discord username or whatever. But I just I don't know. I just think about Marcy, and yeah. Anyway, the sport issue is just really, it's really frustrating because there's such a lack of education that like there are even trans people who are like on the wrong side of the issue. And I think that it's really frustrating to have to deal with the fact that people don't understand medical transition, and they don't understand how the biological advantage is like transphobes. Like if you're a guy, if you're a cis man in sports and you take testosterone therapy to like be better at sports, that literally works. Okay, like that literally does something. You actually get stronger. But then at the same time, you tell these people, like a trans woman has like virtually no testosterone in their body, and they're like, oh, clearly they're as strong as cis men who have like elevated levels of testosterone. Like it just doesn't make any sense. It's like the logical inconsistency is insane, and it really makes me frustrated that like I shouldn't have to explain this to people. But it's very clear that a lot of people on the left do not know very much about medical transition. They do not know very much about what HRT does, and they just don't get it. Like I used to be able to lift over 100 pounds. Like I used to be able to lift like 150 pounds, and that was like my upper limit of like, okay, this is like really heavy and I'm struggling. But now, like I struggle to lift like 60, 70 pounds. Like I struggle. Like 40 pounds is so heavy for me. Like just from my firsthand experience, in a year and a half, I have lost every quote unquote biological incentive because my body does not run on testosterone, which literally is like the make you strong hormone. Like testosterone is the make you strong drug. And I don't have like virtually any of it in my entire body, and somehow I'm still strong. Like somehow I'm still I have this biological advantage somehow. Like that's just bullshit. It doesn't make any sense. Now, of course, and the other thing about sports is that you could divide sports up into like you have, okay, there are like, let's say there's a cis woman versus a cis woman. Okay. One of those cis women is on testosterone, like they're like doping. They're taking it as a performance enhancing drug. Okay. Like that's going to create an advantage. But we don't even that's not even a focus for people. Like people don't even like talk about that. Like that's a literal issue in sports. And the same thing happens with guys. Like some guys, some cis men are on performance enhancing drugs. Actually, if you look at sports, a lot of them are on performance enhancing drugs, to the point where if you don't do performance enhancing drugs, you literally cannot compete. I have known powerlifters in my life that the requirement to be a part of the upper echelon of powerlifters is to do insane amounts of performance enhancing drugs. Like you literally have to do it. And if that's not creating an unfair advantage, then I don't know what the hell is. Like, why are we not spending more time and effort talking about that bullshit instead of talking about something that literally doesn't matter? Like there are, I want to be clear. Like having access to sports is important, but like kind of lost all hope on politics. I hope every hope I have waiting for something to save us is virtually gone. You should never just be sitting around waiting for someone to save you. That is like the worst kind of left attitude that you can have. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to call you out or anything. Somehow trans women are both the weakest and strongest depending on what they want to bash them for that day. Exactly. Like God. Like somehow you're chemically castrating yourself, but you're also just as strong as a cis man. Like, how does that make any sense? Like their own positions are so logically inconsistent that it just like it baffles the brain that they're able to like think this shit. Okay, so but sitting around and like hoping someone is gonna save you, I'm sorry, but that is not the move. I really wanted to vote, but the government barred me from doing so because I have disabilities. I'm sorry that you have disabilities, and I'm sorry that the government barred you from voting. But I do think that it's important to think that you need to, like, we need to organize, and we need to care about ourselves, and we need to fight for our own rights. Like, we cannot expect anyone to do anything for us. I think the most stupid funny thing was that someone argued that trans women had a biological advantage in beauty pageants. Maybe these people were chasers. Yeah, it's almost like cis hetero culture is like, you know what I mean? Like maybe it's like secretly like a little closeted or something. Like I don't know, maybe these people are just like, you know, they have a little bit of a queer identity going on under the surface, and they just like Freudian slipped, you know, they're like, oh, these women are so beautiful. I mean, they have a biological advantage because they're, you know, I don't know, I'm just not in the right mindset right now or lately. Yeah, but like, so you're not going to be useful to the movement if you're struggling with your own mental health, and that's why you need to sorry, I was looking at my watch. You need to focus on yourself. Like we're all like, okay, I was just talking about this in my Discord. The political climate is horrible. It's horrible. It's really bad. If you don't, like, you need to focus on your own personal space, your own personal bubble, your own private life, your own sphere of influence. Like focus on the things that you can do in your own life to make you happier, to help you with self-care, to keep you healthy, to keep you all of that stuff. That is important. Like queer joy, trans joy is resistance. So you need to make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Like no one is going to be useful to anyone if you're struggling to get out of bed every day, if you're struggling to feed yourself, if you're struggling to clothe yourself. I'm just feeling so sick that I'm even born an American right now. Everything I see. Yeah, but like, but that's the thing about America. There are some incredibly shitty people in America, but there's also us. Like I'm an American. And am I like the most proud American there ever has been? No. But that's the point, is that like we only gain power to change the system with having more Americans be dissatisfied with what's going on. As an ex-MAGA voted for Harris, I can tell you the closeted gay fantasy accusations are 100% true. I mean, yeah, just look at like there was a massive uptick in Grindr use for CPAC. Like Republicans are literally just like they attack us so much because they like okay, I have a little bit of personal experience with this, okay? And so I'm going to be very real with you all right now. I'm going to be like super real with you, okay? I used to be a little bit transphobic. I used to be a little bit like I viewed myself as a centrist, and I kind of thought that like trans people were, I don't even know what I thought, but they were just like, in my head, they were like breaking the rules or whatever. They were breaking the rules. And all of the negative emotion, all of the negative animus that I had towards trans people came from jealousy. Because I remember being on Tumblr. I remember being on Tumblr when I was younger, and I saw some like femboys, some trans girlies, some like demi girls or whatever you want to call them. I saw some people like that on Tumblr, and my first thought was fuck you, because I want to do that, and I feel like I can't. It was literally like, I wish that I had the courage to be you, and I don't. So I'm gonna be bitter, and I'm gonna just be like, oh, how dare you? How dare you be yourself and be so beautiful and have everything that I want? And so like it's just inability to be like honest and just like real with your own desires and your own whatever. And so like a lot of conservatives are like that. A lot of people on the right are like that. So yeah. That's just something I wanted to be honest about. I feel like there's a lot of that on the right, and it's obvious. People never believed me when I said Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro are jealous of trans women. Like, I can't speak to them specifically, but I think that a lot of the rejection or resistance to progressive values comes from this like tutting of like, actually, like, that's not normal, like, and then it's like this fetishization of normality where it's like, well, actually, like, look at all these other people who are straight, like, why can't you be like that? And it's like, because we're not. And I don't know, they kind of make it seem like it's a choice, you know. They try to make it seem like it's a choice because being closeted is a choice. It's like a subconscious choice, but it's a choice. And so to a lot of these people, to a lot of conservatives, they feel like being queer is a choice because they're choosing to be straight. They're choosing to take all of their, like, when especially people that believe conversion therapy, if someone says that they believe in conversion therapy, they are essentially admitting that they have to fight the gay thoughts away. Like, they're essentially admitting, like, yeah, I would love to do some gay stuff, but like the Lord is telling me no, and that's giving me the strength to like fight the urge. Like, and they're not realizing that they're actually just denying their emotions. Like, there's no, like, you don't, yeah. So I used to say things like trans women and men aren't real women and men, and there's only two genders. I didn't realize that was transphobic at the time. I just accepted it as objective fact. There are a lot of people that do that. That's like the cis heteronormative culture where, like, even if you're not like directly transphobic, like even if you don't have like specifically bigoted beliefs, the way our society, especially here in America, raises people is like we are raised to believe that being cis hetero is normative and it's normal, and therefore it's like right or the correct thing to do in some way. And then when, you know, when people fall outside that umbrella, we tend to just naturally view it, or not naturally, I don't want to say naturally, we tend to view it due to the upbringing of a cis heteronormative culture. Like, there's like compulsion, there's like a pressure to be quote unquote straight and cis and stuff. Thanks for sharing. I feel a lot of people have a similar experience. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm really hoping that there's like one conservative in the audience who heard me say all that and they're like, oh shit, like that's like actually how I feel. Like, I'm hoping, but we don't know. We don't know. I've changed a lot of women's minds on what a woman is by just existing, humanize, let them ask, give them the answers you're comfortable with when they discover. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. There's a lot of benefit to that. I used to be transphobic in that way too. It was around 2022 when I started to actually dive into LGBT stuff and learned so much. My life has totally changed. Yeah, I agree that like I kind of stayed away from it for a long time, probably just out of being uncomfortable with the reality of myself. Like, I was very much a repressed trans person for a long time. Like, I was very repressed. To speak to the trans people in sports topic, regardless of concerns about fairness, there's separate sport governing bodies for a reason. No reason to get law involved in the first place. Yeah, literally, like, there are already governing bodies involved that like help maintain the fairness of sports. And like, let's be real, there are other metrics in sports that have a way bigger impact. Like, age is a biological advantage. If you're younger than someone, that's unfair to them in a sport because their body is literally like older. And I don't want to say like, I'm not trying to like, you know, old people can be really fit and in really good shape, but youth is just like a superpower when it comes to sports. Also, like we were talking about before, hormone levels. If you have two cis men and one is on TRT, the guy on TRT, as long as he's competent at the sport, is probably going to win. If it's like powerlifting, the one on TRT is almost certainly gonna win. And it like there were a lot of ways in which we could split up sports, and we could try to make sure that they are you know, fair, but like the trans versus cis distinction in and of itself is not a measure of fairness. It's not really a measure of anything. Like for instance, you have the Leah Thomas thing with Riley Gaines, and like Leah Thomas came in 5th place. Like 4 cis women beat her. So like what's the complaint? That she tied with a cis woman for 5th place? How is that an advantage? Like where's the advantage? Can we where was that? Can we cover the jail thing quickly, please? Yeah, I'll talk about that. I'm 34, and if you told me 10 years ago that my knees wouldn't work anymore now, I'd have called you Coco Bananas. My knees are struggling. I feel that. But anyway, okay, so there has been reporting that now this is not that the Trump administration has been ignoring court orders. Judges have been ruling on things, and I thought Leah Thomas in that specific race won, but Riley got 5th, and the 3 cis women who got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th were totally cool with Leah winning. What? No. Leah Thomas got 5th place with Riley Gaines. They tied for 5th place. And here's literally what happened. Leah Thomas and Riley Gaines tied for 5th place. They had 1 trophy at the event for 5th place. So they said to both of them, hey, we only have 1 trophy, so we're going to have to give one of you the trophy, and then we're going to have to mail one of you the other trophy once we have it. And so essentially the entire thing with Leah Thomas and Riley Gaines is because they both got 5th place, and only one of them was able to take a trophy home that day. The other one had to wait for it to get shipped to them in the mail. Like that's the entire story. And then some rich person approached Riley Gaines and was like, hey, would you like to make a lot of money? If you get really mad about what just happened, we'll pay you a lot of money. Like that's literally it. It's literally it. It's a fight over participation trophies. That is literally it. That's the entire story. I transitioned in 1988. You had to fight for everything: IDs, housing, jobs. It even seemed like we had to fight for air to breathe. Leah is right when she says existing in trans joy is a win. Yes. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. I appreciate your perspective, because it really helps us like frame what's going on. And like, if we roll over and let them make us miserable, then they're sort of winning in a way. Like the point is the fear. Now, obviously there's real harm. There's real harm happening. I'm not trying to say there's not, but part of it is like just to make people afraid. And if we let them make us afraid, if we let them make us miserable, then they're sort of winning in a way. Like that is a huge part of the point. Okay, so let me drink a little water, and then we're going to talk about the prison thing. I drank a bunch of tea before I came on stream, and I'm feeling it. Like I was buzzed up when I started stream. So Trump has been ignoring federal court orders. He's not really directly avoiding them. He's more like appealing every single judge that rules against him. And they're like, so like the judge will be like, hey, this thing that you said you're going to do, you're not allowed to do that. And then Trump will be like, in his administration will be like, well, actually, we're allowed to do that thing because you said we're doing it for this reason, or we're doing it under this thing, but we're actually doing it for this reason and under this thing. And so they're just essentially trying to kick back against the orders by saying like, we don't have to listen to you because your ruling isn't relevant to what's going on. Now, they've tried this with a lot of stuff. For instance, the federal funding freeze on US aid. Like, I think how many judges have ruled against that? Like 4 judges have ruled against the funding freeze. That have ordered Trump to release the money, and they have refused to do that. Like, they've refused to pay out the money that they have already incurred. Like, the judges ordered them to pay out for contracts that have already been fulfilled. And so they need to do that. And 4 judges have ruled on it, and they're just refusing to do it. Okay. And now I'm pretty sure that a Supreme Court upheld the court order. And so, like, even the Supreme Court is ordering them to do that. So here's the bad news. Now, this is I'm going to brace you all for this. This is really bad news. This might end up later down the road becoming precedent for a left-wing law that would be important for enshrining trans rights. But okay, so you know how there was an executive order trying to essentially force trans women into men's prisons and to get rid of their medication. And then there were 2 lawsuits. One was brought by one person, and then another lawsuit was brought by like 3 or 4 trans women. And so these trans women were, and yeah, there's Freddie Dionio being a cute boy. Who's a cute boy? He's a cute boy. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So, those lawsuits started, and there was a temporary restraining order put on the Trump administration to essentially like block the transfer of these inmates. So the administration wanted to transfer trans women to men's prison, which would be incredibly catastrophic for these women. Like sexual abuse, every bad thing you could possibly imagine is like very real for these people. And then like they were threatening to take away their medication, threatening to take away life-saving treatments. The judges blocked it and said, you're not allowed to do that. That's cruel and unusual punishment. There's clear harm. This is just like literally a betrayal of constitutional rights. Trump is going to try to transfer these inmates anyway. The reasoning that the administration gave for transferring these inmates is because they were not the inmates that sued. So like there were 4 trans inmates that sued. The Trump administration is trying to argue that every single trans woman in federal prison would have to sue the administration and win a court case to block. Said they were already transferred. I don't know. I have not. You need to give me a source for that. You need to give me a source for that. Because what I had heard is that they were preparing for it. Not that it had actually happened. From what I had heard, it was like it was in a limbo. You just heard, not sure? Okay, I don't think it's happened yet. I have not heard that it happened yet. I've heard what I saw, and this was reporting directly from the inmates, is that they were scared and they were unsure what's going to happen in the future. So like they're like the threat of it is very real, and it could very well have it could have happened already. Maybe it already did happen, but you had also heard that it had happened. Okay, I would like to see a source for that. But either way, they're probably going to defy the court orders. This is like the biggest constitutional crisis. It's really bad. Ignoring court orders is just so absurd, considering that he proclaims to be the law and order president. I'm just continuing to be punished for existing, said Whitney, a 31-year-old trans woman who was transferred. Okay. That's really unfortunate. What do you think will happen in the end? Can he really defy judges? That's wild. Okay. So yes, he can defy the judges. Will there be consequences for that? I don't know. I don't know. I kind of feel like the thing that Trump is doing by defying judges is like he's literally making himself a king. Like he's literally saying that he is the sole authority on what is the law and what is, what's going to happen. And like I think Bush tried to defy judges briefly and then gave up. What happened with Bush on that? Like I heard about that, but I don't know the exact story of what happened with Bush. But I know that this has happened before with Bush, but judges can use U.S. Marshals to enforce stuff, by the way, or at least arrest people who are defying judges. Well, see, the kind of the issue is that these are in federal courts, and so any charges brought would be federal charges, which can be pardoned. So, like, a judge could put Trump in contempt of court or something, maybe. Like, I don't know how. Like if you're a citizen, they would just do contempt. Like if you ignore a court order, you would be put in contempt of court or something like that. Like you would be punished for that summarily. Like you would not escape the wrath. But we obviously live in an oligarchy, and kind of the entire point of the Trump administration is to just push the boundary of power in every way possible. So like Trump is going to do HB 98. You're like saying a lot of stuff, but you need to the marshals supported Trump during the election. How do you know that for a fact? Like, is that real, or are you just saying that because you're assuming because they work as a court marshal? I just be careful about what you say. Like, I don't want you, like, no offense, but like I don't like people being in my chat just saying shit. Like if you're going to be in my chat and you're going to make claims, please validate those claims before you put them in the chat, or provide a source for that if you're going to make a claim like that, because again, I want to be very careful about how we talk about stuff. We need to make sure that we're accurate in how we talk about this stuff. And you're just like, I don't like this whole like nebulous, like you're saying a bunch of stuff that you clearly think is true, but at least the last I can find is that at the end of February, several were staged. Okay, no, that's old reporting. Yeah, Freddie is such a good boy. He heard me talking about him. He knows his name. Yes, he does. He's a very precious boy. He's a very precious baby. I love him very much. Was it not already the case in the US that trans women ended up in men's prisons with no access to their meds? I saw a trans woman post about it years ago. I don't know the entire history of it. As far as I'm aware, it was an issue, but probably because of the Biden administration providing protection through Title IX and stuff. Like I'd assume that had something to do with it. As far as I was aware, there are like 1,000 trans people in federal prison, and like a small portion of trans women were in women's prisons, and the majority of trans women were already in federal prisons were already in men's prison. I can't remember the exact numbers. The sauce, we need the sauce. I agree. I do want to spend some time talking about some of the up and coming like Democratic leadership that I've seen. Like for instance, we've seen Bernie really, and he's not to be clear, he's not in the Democratic Party. He's an independent, but he is filling the void of leadership right now in the Democratic Party. AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Max, is it Max Frost? I actually haven't looked him up very much. And who else? AOC, Tim Walz actually has been speaking out a lot and has said some very base things. Like Tim Walz literally said, when we get back into power, people are going to expect us to actually do things and not just tinker around the edges. Like people are going to expect real change. Like he literally said people are going to expect more than like changes with ACA, like fiddling around with ACA. People are going to expect Medicare for all. They're going to expect universal health care. Hi there, Crow. When is things going to get any better? We'll see. It'll probably be at least 4 years. Like I hate to say it, but like well, we're talking about federal prisons, Joe. Okay, yeah. The director of the BOP said over 1,270 inmates claimed to be trans, but only 12 were in women's prisons. Okay, thank you. That is what I was looking for. That is what I saw when I looked it up. Yeah, I don't know anything about state prisons. I would assume that would entirely depend on, like, if you're a trans person in state prison in, like, is it a private prison? Like, I don't know. There are so many variables there. For real. The rumor mill may be something that our opposition can afford to thrive on, but we can't afford to make the same mistake. Exactly. Yeah, we need to stay grounded in factual information. Otherwise we're flailing. We're just flailing around, and we really need to, like, be careful about that stuff. I've been following Deviant Olam. I don't know how to say that, on YouTube for prison stuff. I'll check them out after stream. See what's going on. Thanks all for answering that. Yeah. So okay. So thank you, TGS. There are very many bad things that are going to happen because of the Trump administration, and unfortunately we sort of just have to suffer it. So like, this is like, I've talked about this before, but essentially this is like an extinction burst. Society, social acceptance of us has moved so far forward so quickly that a lot of bigots are having a hard time handling it. Like 10, 15, 20 years ago, you used to be able to say the T slur. You used to, like, openly hating on trans people was like accepted. It was like not socially dangerous to do that. Like, it was not a problem. Like, if you're back on the MySpace days, early internet, people said a lot of really unhinged stuff. Trans people were treated horribly in media. It was very normalized. Like, bigotry was very normalized for a long time. And then social progress happened in the United States, and social acceptance, like, the cat is out of the bag, like, trans people exist. A lot of people are at least somewhat aware that trans people exist. And maybe they have ignorant transphobic beliefs, but not very many. There's only a small minority of the population that has sincerely held, I don't want to say sincerely held. There only a small part of the population is like intentionally a bigot. Does that make sense? Like, there's, like, we talked about cis hetero compulsive pressures in society. So society tends to make people transphobic in this sort of like you're raised with inherent transphobia, but then, like, a lot of people unlearn a lot of that transphobia. But, like, the issue is that people that are bigots, that are intentional bigots, are mad because they want to be bigots, and that has become uncool. Like, it's no longer super socially acceptable to be a piece of shit. And essentially we're just witnessing a cultural backlash to that. Like, it's not make America great again, it's make America bigoted again. Like, a lot of these people just want the freedom to like say the hard R, or like say some other really horrible stuff, and they don't want to suffer any consequences from it. But like cancel culture, for instance, is just the ability for people to respond what you're saying or doing. So like back in the day, people used to be bigoted or they used to be horrible, and there was essentially no mechanism in society or online to respond or do anything about it. But social progress has moved forward, and now there are more methods than ever to respond to someone who's being horrible and say, hey, you know, I disagree with what you're doing. I disagree with how you're acting. I'm not going to buy your music. I'm not going to buy your media or whatever anymore. And that's really what cancel culture is. It's just the ability for the audience to respond. And like there are consequences for behavior. Like if I said a bunch of really horrible shit right now live on stream, all of you would be in my chat like telling me I'm horrible or that I'm doing something horrible or saying something horrible. Back in the day, people used to just say stuff and there was no real mechanism for response, and so it tapered a lot of emotion. It tamps down a lot of resistance. It's shameful that there was ever a time where it was acceptable in that way. For sure. No, I agree entirely. I think it's really sad. It's really sad. But a lot, like the backlash that we're witnessing right now with the Trump administration is temporary, because like the way Aaron in the morning said it is they cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube. Like in the past 10 years, how many trans people have come out? Like how many trans adults have entered into society as trans adults? Like a lot, a lot. And so there are a lot of people who are exposed to trans people that previously were not exposed to trans people. It's just like we are in public, we are visible, and we have been humanized to a point where there's kind of no going back. Like there are extreme bigots. There is a small portion of the right wing that is intentionally hateful, but the toothpaste is white supremacy. No, the toothpaste is social progress. Like they can legislate all they want, but social progress has made too much progress. Like for instance, let me just give an example. So there was a trans bathroom ban passed in Florida, and I don't think a single person has been charged with that bathroom ban. Like I don't like the law attached to that. I don't think a single person has been charged with it. Last time I heard, 0 people have been charged for it. And so the reality of the situation is they tried to legislate trans people out of the public, and everyone in the society in Florida was kind of like, well, we don't really give a shit about that. Like that's not important to, like, no one is standing outside the bathrooms like, you know, like doing genital checks, all that stuff. No one is doing that. And so like it makes a lot of the stuff they're trying to do toothless. Now, is the stream really quiet for anyone else? I asked everyone earlier and everyone said it was fine. And I'm like, I swear to you, like I can bump up my stream like 5%, but if I bump it up any higher than, okay, I just bumped it up a little bit. My mic might peak a little bit. But I just turned it up. So if I turn it up any more, my mic is going to start peaking. I'm sorry if you're having any issues. I follow a transgender streamer in Florida. They have faced 0 issues. Right. Like you're going to run into bigots in the public. But like, I'll be honest, I live in a red state. Like when I was early on in transition, I was so scared. I was so scared going to the bathroom. I was like for the longest time, I just used the men's room because I knew that I was visibly trans. And I just was so scared. Like I was so scared. But you want to know how many people in public in real life you want to know how many bigots have confronted me in real life? 0 people. I live in Trump County. Like, I literally live, I appreciate it. It helped. Okay, that's good. Like, I literally live in Trump County. The county I live in is extremely right wing, and I had 0 people. Like, I got some dirty looks. I got some people that, you know, like, looked at me very weird. Awkward staring. Yeah, a lot of awkward staring. But nobody, like, people, you got to understand, a lot of these bigots are like, they are fat off of the capitalistic pig. Like, they don't have courage. Like, they don't have the sauce. Like, they are not principled in their bigotry. A lot of these people, it's just a belief of convenience. Like, their friends are bigoted, so they're bigoted, or, you know, they listen to Ben Shapiro, so they kind of just agree with what they think Ben Shapiro, like, but a lot of these people are just extremely weak. Like, they're not, even the bigots know it's not socially okay to be blatantly bigoted. Exactly. That's a really good, thank you, One Love. That's a really good way of saying it. Like, you gotta understand that, like, they're right now, the bigots have more power than they have had in a long time, and they're still almost completely unable to do anything. Like, so far, what have been the effects of the Trump administration? Like, if we want to be consequentialist, like, I'm not necessarily a consequentialist, but, like, if we are going to be consequentialists, what are the real effects of the Trump administration? Like, some trans women have been moved from female prisons to male prisons. That's really bad. That's really bad. Like, that sucks. And, like, that's unfortunate. And now that's like, as we've learned earlier, that's like 12 people. Well, lots of lost jobs for one. No. I'm not talking in general. Sorry. No. There have been a lot of terrible effects. I'm talking about specifically trans issues. Yes, inflation is rising. Yes, the economy is crashing. Yes, like, Trump is destroying our country. I'm not trying to say anything about that. I'm just saying, in terms of trans issues, what has he actually done? Am I saying that it's okay that he's doing all this? No. And I don't know how to say your username. Zoltal? Is it Zoltal? I don't know how to say your username. This is a really dangerous way to think about it. Like, we're just talking about the fact that they are literally doing everything they can to erase us from existence, like public existence, and they can't. That's my point. They're legislating that trans people don't exist. He did declare everyone a woman, so that's stopping trans people. But is it stopping trans people? Like, I'm still here. I'm still trans. In my life, literally nothing has changed. Actually, at my work, they're expanding their pride support. Like, my job, the company I'm working for, they're expanding their support for pride in my state. Oh, you're being sarcastic. Okay. I sensed a little bit of sarcasm there, but I was unsure. Oh, sorry. I got to turn down the volume just a little bit because I almost peaked right there. But if I just turn it down just like 1%, it should be good. Oh, that was too much. Okay, there we go. I should be good right there. Tone is hard online. Yes, it is. So if they implement the ID fraud thing in Texas, people will go to jail and prison possibly. I don't know how to No. Okay, we talked about this earlier. That thing in Texas is not going to happen. There are 3,000. Are you getting another cat so he's never lonely? We have 3 cats in the house. I don't live alone. I have roommates that also have cats. So tone indicators are really helpful if you want to. That I feel like that would be very helpful. Trans service members are now at a high risk of dishonorable discharge. trans individuals at the VA are no longer being given trans affirming care. Yes, exactly. And that is a part of the limited power that they have to actually harm us. Like that's true. I'm not trying to say that like we're not being like I'm not being a Blair White right now, okay? What I'm saying is not that we shouldn't complain or that we shouldn't be upset or that we shouldn't resist or we shouldn't I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that the Trump administration is doing literally everything they can to hurt us, spite us, legislate us out of existence with executive orders, propose transphobic bills, all of that. And the only thing that they, like, I don't want to say the only thing, I don't want to make it sound marginal, but like they've hurt military members, like they've affected trans military service, and they've affected federal prisons. That's it. Like there are some minors that have lost healthcare. They've lost access to gender affirming care because doctors are scared. I don't know exactly how many people that is, but I'm not criticizing or trying to make you feel attacked, just giving consequences as asked. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to thread like the nuance here. Like their goals are far beyond hurting us. Yeah, you're right. They're eliminationist. Like I'm not arguing with that. I'm trying to make a very nuanced point here. And the nuanced point is that we do not need to run away with our tails between our legs. I'm not a furry. We don't need to run away with our tails between our legs, scared shitless, and hide under a rock, pretending that we're going to get murdered in concentration camps. Like, the backlash is happening. The Trump has all the power. He has the judges, like not all the judges. Sorry, he has the Supreme Court. He's got the Senate. He's got the Senate. He's got the House. They got the presidency. They're doing executive orders. They're proposing bills. They're doing statewide attacks. They're doing everything they can. And all of that is a desperate attempt to try to claw back social progress. And they're not working. Like like a lot of these judges are making extremely favorable rulings towards us. And even if they aren't, like, even if the Trump administration is not following the judges' rulings, like, even if they defy the rulings, the point is that, like, even the judges are like, yo, these are people that deserve, like, human rights and stuff. Like, even the judges are like, trans rights are human rights. Let me see. You misunderstand what I tried to say. The point of all of this is not the actual consequences on the trans community. It's the chaos that provides a smokescreen for their actual goals of oligarchy. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, their real goal is to facilitate a transfer of wealth from us to them. Like, their goal is to plunder our nation and our people for our money to make the billionaires more money. You're right. Like, that's the entire point. They don't care. Like, Trump doesn't actually care about trans people. He doesn't actually care about anything. Like, he's not a Christian. Like, he doesn't care about religion. He doesn't care about anything. Like, Trump is literally, he believes whatever is most convenient for him to believe at that exact moment. Like, that's all he cares about, is what's expedient for him in his goal towards money. The only thing he actually cares about is probably money. The biggest heist in history. Yeah, right. No, I agree with that. This is fundamentally a class war. Like, I think that intersectionality kinds of like, if you study intersectionality, it becomes very clear that at the base of everything is a class warfare. It's like it doesn't matter what kind of marginalized community you are being attacked via class warfare. Like, that is happening. And not just Trump, the entire owning class. Yeah. No, I agree. Like, Musk, all of these billionaires, all of the lobbyists, all the corporations, they're all trying to stack the deck against the American people to transfer wealth from the bottom 99% to the top half of the 1% of the, you know what I mean? Like, literally what Bernie Sanders says is true. Like, that, he's right. Like, he's giga-based.
the point that I was trying to make is that, yeah. And by the way, nothing against furries. I know that I said earlier, like, I'm not a furry, but like, I don't care. Like, follow your dreams. So I don't judge. I absolutely agree. It has always just been about scapegoating minorities in order to drive social division, grievance politics. Yeah, exactly. It's like, if Republicans focus all their effort on trans issues, they won't talk about how inflation is rising. They won't talk about how the stock market is crashing. They won't talk about how egg prices are out of control. They won't talk about how bird flu is ravaging our nation. They won't talk about how measles is an outbreak of measles is happening, the likes of which the country hasn't seen in an incredibly long time. I'm confused. Are bathroom bans nationwide? I thought Colorado. What are you talking about? I work at a federal facility. I now can't use the locker room or the bathrooms, but every day the nurses and doctors tell me how sorry they are this happened to me, how much I am valued and needed. I'm not encouraging you to do anything or whatever. I think your name is Cass. Is that how I say that? Cass 55. But like, what would happen if you did that? Like, would they actually take action against you if you used the, and like, federal laws apply to federal facilities. So like, she works in a federal facility. So that's why this is happening to her. It doesn't matter if Colorado is Democratic, because like, federal facilities follow federal law. They have like federal law has a jurisdiction over federal facilities. Who did that YouTube video about how to be a dictator? Pretty sure they already broke the rules trying to move too fast. I do think that, how can you choose whether to stay and fight, flee the country? I don't want to abandon my community. How can you choose? I mean, you have to make it based on your own, like, we can have like a broad discussion about how, like, if all of us left the country, it would make things worse for the people that stay. And I agree with that wholeheartedly, but you do have to make decisions at a personal level for what you need to do for yourself. And like, I'm not going to judge anyone for making a personal decision, even if it's somewhat against the interests of other people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna, this is a really complicated situation. And I think that moralizing about real decisions that people need to make, it's not great. Outside of work, you can still use the women's restroom. Right. I was just curious, like, what would happen to you if you used at work, if you use the women's restroom? Like, have they said that they will take action against you? Have they signaled that is not, you're not allowed to do that? Or is that something that you're complying with because you don't want to, like, you don't want to get in trouble? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, and again, I'm not telling you to defy it. Do whatever you think is safest for you. I'm just curious if they have said, like, yeah, we need you to follow the federal order. People thought Trump wouldn't win too. Prepare, but don't be so sure these laws and ordinances can never happen. Right. I'm not saying that they can't do anything to harm us. I'm just saying that, like they're trying and they're kind of failing at it. That was the only point I was trying to make. I'm 68 post-op. I lived when it was illegal to wear clothing of the opposite sex, when we were arrested and harassed. Thank you, Suzanne, for being a trans elder, for being here, and for representing us. I appreciate all of our trans elders. They all have lived through a lot, like a lot. And I definitely always try to make sure that I'm listening to what trans elders have to say, because definitely some really important voices for our community. Unknown, but I love helping my patients, so not willing to risk it. I had meetings with upper management and they don't have any real guideline. Okay. So no one has, and again, I'm not trying to tell you to risk it or anything. Like, you do what you think is safest or whatever. But so basically what you're saying is no one has officially told you that you have to use the men's room, but you're doing that just basically to keep your job as safe as possible. Like, to make sure that you don't like run into any trouble with that. But no one has like directly threatened you, like, hey, if you use the men's room, you're gonna lose your, or if you use the women's room, you're gonna lose your job. Sorry. Misspoke there. I'm like thinking while I'm talking, so it's like hard to. It's amazing to hear things like that. Helps show how things are changing. Thank you for sharing, Suzanne. Yeah. Well, like pre-Stonewall, things were really, really rough. Correct. Okay. Okay. That's just good for me to know. Like I'm always curious how these things are being handled, like in the real world with federal employees. Like, if you're in a blue state, you know, they pass some federal executive order or whatever, or whatever. Like, how is that being implemented? You know what I mean? Like, that's a very real thing that I'm interested in. Uh, I'm afraid of the people that aren't open in their hate but are violent or cause legal trouble or threats. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there are definitely some people who are, like I said, there's a minority of the population that is actually intentionally bigoted. And those people are the people we actually need to be concerned about, because those are the people who are going to raise kids to be like, you know, to attack other kids. They're going to raise, they're going to take legal action against people. They're going to do that kind of stuff. Like, those are the people we need to be concerned about. Already backpedaling on the tariffs and such. Well, like, I don't know. You know, the tariffs could the tariffs could happen. Like, the tariffs could actually happen. I'm not going to try to say that they're not going to happen, or like, we just don't know. Like, there's so much chaos happening right now. I don't think that we can make a prediction what's going to happen with the tariffs. So far, all I can see is that a Texas employee of a state agency has lost position. With the pronoun email mandate. Source coming. Did you share a source? Because like, maybe they are getting deleted. I'm not seeing any links pop up in my chat ever. So if people are sharing sources, then even if they don't, it's still economically bad. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Even if they don't what? Someone mentioned a link that didn't exist. I think YouTube removes them. Oh, yeah, I'm not seeing any links pop up. Huh. That's problematic. I wonder if that's a setting that I can change. It's messed up because sometimes when you post a link, it looks like it went through on your chat, but it's invisible to everyone else. Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe I'll have to look into see if there's like a setting that I can affect, that I can change. If you're enjoying the live stream, please hit the like button. Help me out a lot. We've got a Discord. The link is in the description of the video. There's a link tree. You click that, it opens up, and there's a Discord link. As an elder gay man, one that was gay bashed in 1988, my advice is not to allow fear to control you. It is advisable to have a higher level of awareness. It is true that the bigots are a minority, but it is also true that gang mentality doesn't need them all to be bigots. Yeah, yeah, that's why bigotry was so prevalent, and why, because it's like a mob mentality where one person is the bigot and everyone else is just not stand. It's just they just don't, they just bystander effect, they just don't do anything, or they participate because they think that's what's expected of them. If you open two instances, one with your normal YouTube account and one with any other, or logged out or whatever, you can see the messages with oh, the chat can't with the other one. Okay. I can share the link on Discord. If you've got a link for it, I trust you on that. Yeah. Hello, Emily. You can split the link between the domain name and the subcategory, remove domain extensions, and make it a Googleable link. Yeah, that's a good idea. You share the link without the hyperlink aspect of it, and then I can just add that stuff and use it. So that's a good point. Freddy is being such a good boy. Freddy is being such a good boy. Yes, he is. Yes, you are. Who's a good boy? Are you a good boy? Yes, you are. You are. You're such a sweet boy. Yes. You love my kitty. Yeah, he's a sweet boy. Yes, he is. He loves being petted. Yes, he does. Oh, yes, you are such a sweet boy. Yes, you are. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Zoe's effort made me realize when she flipped 13 Republicans that things may not get as bad as we are thinking. We even won the sports issue. Yeah, well, I tend to think that have a good evening, guys and girls. Stay safe, stay out, stay proud, and remember that you are loved and you belong. Well, thank you, Deranged Fairy. I hope you also have a wonderful night. Thank you for sharing and for contributing to the chat. I really appreciate your perspective. Zoe's effort is amazing. I do want to say that the sports issue is gonna be guys, gals, and non-binary pals. Yeah, I like that one. That phrasing too is nice. We got to be careful because there's a lot of ignorance in the public. We need to win. We need to win in the public square. We need people to be willing to educate and inform, because people, most bigotry is based out of ignorance. So the more that we do to combat the bigotry, did that work? I did not see anything from you if you had posted a cut up link or one without the hyperlink. So maybe that doesn't work. Gosh, that's annoying. I understand that they don't want people spamming links in the chat, like bots or whatever, but yeah, we need to make sure that we are trying to win in the public square. The sports issue in MN or in general. Well, there was the Senate brought forward a bill to try to do a national sports ban for trans folk, enshrined into law, and the Democrats blocked it. So I mean, that is good. That is good. But we need to educate people. Like the fact that Gavin Newsom, I just made a video about it. He had Charlie Kirk on, and he was just like, "Oh yeah, no, there's a fairness issue." Oh yeah. And that is really problematic. I see that a lot with Democrats. A lot of Democrats clearly do not understand the nuance or the medical information or any of that stuff. They don't understand any of that stuff, and so they are just like they are susceptible to a lot of the misinformation from the right because they don't know how to combat it. And so like the right wingers are confidently wrong. Like, I don't know if anyone saw this. Sam Cedar went on Jubilee. Actually, Sam Cedar's been going on a lot of programs lately, and I want to shout out the Majority Report. Sam is incredible. He's so good at talking about these issues and framing them in such a calm, respectable way, and like really just giving credibility to the left in general. He's amazing at that. And he went on Jubilee and he was like arguing with conservatives, and all of these conservatives were the most confidently wrong people I've ever seen in my life. Like, Sam would make a point, and these conservative, like one of the conservatives tried to claim that like DEI programs in federal agencies were to get like tax cuts. Like federal agencies were getting tax breaks from DEI whatever. And Sam was like, they're not paying taxes? Like, what are you talking about? Like, but like a lot of these conservatives, like they have literally no idea what they're talking about. They are so dumb. Jubilee, I just think won't accomplish much from what I've seen. I don't know. If you look at the comment section from that video, I don't like Jubilee. Let me be very clear. I do not like Jubilee. I hate Jubilee. I think that the way they handle these conversations is irresponsible because they try to both sides issues that are like literally civil rights issues. Like, what if we like they'll put like slavery versus anti-slavery or whatever, where it's like, oh, let's have a real discussion over whether slavery should be real or not. Like that's just like so stupid. Like they have the dumbest. They are so dumb. But I do think that it's important. Like also Piers Morgan. I think Piers Morgan is incredibly stupid as well. But Sam also went on Piers Morgan, and I think that like that's important because like if we don't show up in those spaces, we let the most idiotic voices dominate. We let the most ignorant, dishonest people in the ecosystem dominate. And there has to be pushback. Like there has to be pushback. So I was glad to see Sam do that. But if you watch that video, just fair warning, like these conservatives, like they're like trying to shout him down. Like when you watch the video, like you see the conservatives, like they get really mad and they're like, oh, and they're like freaking out. And Sam is like, you don't even know what you're talking about. Like you don't know what you're talking about. Like Piers Morgan. Yeah. What was I gonna, why did I bring that up? I've actually forgotten why I brought up the Sam Cedar Jubilee thing. Why did I bring that up? 100% just need to be extremely patient with people, not lose our cool or talk down to others, although making people look stupid does have its place. But like I think that like it requires a delicate touch. Yeah, like I think Sam did a great job of that. Like he made those conservatives look so stupid. Education versus bigotry. Right. Okay. So like, yeah. So like it's important for us to show up in those spaces because we need to win public opinion. We need to win public sentiment. And like a lot of Democrats, a lot of really left-wing people, I don't want to say Democrats, sorry. A lot of really left-wing people, a lot of progressives, refuse to kind of show up in certain media spaces because like we feel like it's beneath us or we feel like they're a joke. And that's true. Like a lot of these spaces are jokes. But if we don't show up and we don't provide a narrative, then we're just kind of leaving the door open to the most dishonest actors there are. You know, and so it's kind of a tricky problem where like we're gonna have to show up in spaces that we don't want to show up in. Like I would be totally willing to have a conversation with someone who's like on the right, to try to make my case and to try to educate people. Like, am I going to convince that one person I'm talking to? No, because they're ingrained in their beliefs, but like their audience is listening. Oh, the comment section for the Jubilee thing. If you look at the comment section, almost all of the comments are talking about how stupid the conservatives were. Like the comment section is full of people being like, wow, I can't believe that these people don't understand government at all. Like they literally don't even understand the basic concepts that Sam is using to talk about these issues. Like they can't even have a conversation with Sam because they don't understand the way government works in the first place. Glenn Kirshner has started going over to the rights platforms and spread the truth. That's interesting. I don't follow Glenn Kirshner directly, but I've seen him on like Brian Tyler Cohen's stuff or whatever. I agree that the conservatives were really dumb, but be careful. YouTube is going to show you comments you agree with. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure YouTube filters by like there's highlighted comments, and I don't think that those are related to you specifically. I think those are related to like top engagement and stuff. And also I'm paying attention to like the engagement on these comments, like thousands of likes on them and bunches of replies. Sadly, it seems that most places have AI responses to this monotony, repeating absurdity like it's the norm. Hopefully this isn't the start of a holy war. I don't think America has the sauce for a holy war. Like, we got to keep in mind that a lot of these conservatives are incredibly stupid and lazy. Like, incredibly stupid and lazy. YouTube still recommends me BS sometimes. No, I'm not talking about videos. I'm talking about comment section. I'm talking about the comment section. And I had to also block a bunch of conservative channels. Like, I had to block a bunch of conservative channels. YouTube comments also aren't very useful for parsing the political climate. I mean, it's not the only thing you should be using, but it is something that shows you what, like, the people watching that video, like there were like 2 million views or whatever on that video. I don't know how many views it had. It had a lot of views. And like, if the overwhelming response in the comments is the conservatives are a bunch of stupid idiots that don't know anything, I think that says something. Like, I'm not saying that's the only thing. Like, we can't just use that one piece of information to build an opinion or whatever. But if you look at, you need to look at like a bunch of information altogether. YouTube certainly shows ads I don't agree with. Yeah, I've heard about that. I have YouTube Premium, so I never see ads, but I hear that people get transphobic ads before my videos. So like, yeah, that's real. I'm not entirely sure what the point of bringing that up is. If anything, that kind of just reinforces the idea that I was talking about, that like there's this compulsive cis hetero normative pressure that we need to fight against, and we need to focus on normalization and outreach and educating people. That's true. I was more concerned with the chatter talking about be careful, like you're gonna get in a bubble just from YouTube comments. Oh, okay. I got a crypto ad just before I joined here. Ugh, gross. Gross. Oh gosh. I might need to take a brief break just to like stretch a little bit. I'm like been sitting for too long. My legs are probably gonna cramp when I get up. The question you have to ask is about how many people are becoming engaged right now because of how awful things are beginning to look. They started messing with super normies and losing other people. Yeah, this is a really important time, like, for the left wing. Like, I'm sure you have all seen. Have you all seen how fast the left wing channels are blowing up? Like, everyone is seeing that, right? Like Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pacman and Luke Beasley and Secular Talk, and like all of these left wing channels are like exploding with support, because like corporate media has really fumbled the ball. Like, corporate media has completely failed in their ability to keep their audience, because like a lot of these um legacy media companies have essentially just kowtowed to Trump entirely, when right before the election they were like, he's a danger to democracy, and now they're just like, oh well, he's just president or whatever. And so like they're losing their viewers because they're hypocrites, because they were calling him a threat to democracy, and now they're just like, oh well, maybe he'll do some good stuff. And no one wants to hear that. People have principles. People have realized that the mainstream news has lost the plot. Yeah, exactly. And this is what happened on the right as Trump took office in 2016. Fox News used to have more influence than it does now. Now it's up and down, so like I don't know exactly the numbers, but Trump derangement syndrome is a dead meme at this point. True. But like Fox News used to be extremely dominant, and then Trump took office and he was all about the fake news, and Trump even used to attack Fox News quite often because they were sort of like, Freddie, what are you doing? They were sort of like combating Trump a lot more back in the day, before he completely dominated the Republican Party. And so this spurred a lot of people out of mainstream right-wing media into the independent spaces. So you have like OAN, you have what the heck is the other one? There's One American News, there's whatever, I don't even know, but like that, and then all of these like Joe Rogan, all of these right-wing podcasters that I can't even think of the names of, all Newsmax, yep, all of their News Nation, all of these right-wing like non-legacy medias started to blow up. And this was really important for the right, because one thing that the left wing should have learned a long time ago, one thing that we really should have been able to do quicker, honestly, I gotta blame the liberals for this. Like, liberals have sort of loved legacy media for a long time, and I think finally it's coming to bite them in the ass. And like, we need to listen to independent media sources. Like, if the Democrats listened to like YouTubers, like left-wing YouTubers, we would seriously, like, genuinely be in a better place. Like, they would have more of a connection to the base. They would know more about how people are feeling and what people want, and they would have like they think consultants are going to, like, consultants in legacy media they think that's the way, when that's like causing you to be an electoral loser. Like, not having connection to the base, not listening to the voices of the American population, like ignoring entirely what real people are thinking and saying. That's just harmful to your party. It's not doing anything good. It's hurting the party. And like, they should learn lessons from AOC and Bernie and all of these representatives who are actually online, creating a movement, creating a following, getting views, getting engagement, and listening to that engagement. Like, people like AOC, people like Bernie, they actually listen to what their constituents and what the left wing and what people are saying. Like, they that is the reason why they are so able to speak to the concerns of people, because they know what those concerns are. Whereas most Democrats are listening to lobbyists, they're listening to corporate interests, they're listening to legacy media, they're listening to all of these horrible people that have no idea what they're talking about. They're completely removed from average people. And if the Democratic Party wants to be electorally viable in the future, they need to be more like Bernie. They need to be more like AOC. They need to actually stand for something. They need to be more like Tim Walz. They need to be more like these people that are actually like, they have charisma. They have, like, AOC has charisma. Tim Walz has charisma. Bernie Sanders has charisma. Do you want to know why they have charisma? Is because they know how to talk to people. Like, they literally, they know, they don't do this workshopped consultant speak. They speak from their heart. They speak from what they know will speak to people. And that's what matters. And that's why Trump comes off as so authentic to a lot of people, because he doesn't workshop everything he says. He just says whatever the hell is on his mind. And even if it's a lie, even if it's a misconception, even if it's not true, it comes off as authentic because he is being authentic. Like, he's not sitting around with 17 advisors saying like, how about we do another focus group? How about we do another test to make sure that we exceed the maximum level of expected compliance with this phrase? Like, they don't do any of that shit. Like, he just says whatever comes to his mind. And if anything, the Democrats, if anything over the last 10 years, the Democrats should have learned that, like, it doesn't even matter if, like, you're right. It doesn't even matter if what you're saying is, like, the most accurate thing, or if it's like you just need to have a consistent narrative. You need to be able to speak it from your heart, and you need to be able to connect with voters. Like, you need to connect to the anger of the average American person. I joined the DSA chapter after the election, and more people have been showing up to local meetings over the past few months. Yeah, I've been hearing about, like, in my chat, people are constantly telling me that they're finding support networks, they're finding local organization groups, they're going to protest, they're doing this stuff. And that's really important. The issue right now, primarily with the Democrats and with the left-wing apparatus, is that, like, the politicians don't, generally speaking, a lot of Democrats are lobbyist captured. And so they don't spend time looking at that stuff, thinking about that stuff, or caring about that stuff. Sometimes I see how much hate Trump got at the end of his first term, and I am baffled how we got here. He should have been unsalvageable, but the liberals gave him a slap on the wrist, plus rich privilege. Yeah. So, like, public memory is really short, and, like, in order for Trump to have been affected by the negative public image that he had built, he would have to have shame. Like, because Trump will get on stage and be like, I was the best president ever. In my first term, everybody loved me. Everything was perfect. There was no national crisis. There was no pandemic. I was amazing. Everything was perfect. And he can just say that shit. And because people have such a short collective memory, they just, like, accept it. Like people that are agreeable to him will just accept it because they don't, like, know, like, they don't know the specifics or care that deeply about it. So they just, like, it, like it's so weird. But, like, being shameless, Trump has kind of unveiled that, like, being shameless is like a superpower in politics. Like, if you just act like nothing is ever wrong, it sort of kind of makes nothing ever wrong. Like, if you, like he has basically proven that you can just do whatever the hell you want, and as long as, like, no one physically stops you, you can just brag about it and then keep moving forward. Like, you can just lie. Trump neuralizes the masses. Unfortunately, he was not wearing the sunglasses. He's a political mean girl. Yeah, he says stuff over and over until people start to think that. Like, He creates the narrative and he refuses to back off from it. And like people genuinely think like, well, if he was as bad as people say he was in his first term, then he wouldn't be there. Like him being around and still dominating the party proves the point. I mean, I don't know if any of you remember, but after he lost, the Republicans wanted him out. Like Trump lost in 2020 and Republicans were like, okay, dude, all you've done is lost. Like he lost the midterms in 2018 and he lost the 2020 election, and like he was a political loser for like everything after the 2016 election. And so the Republican Party was ready to kick him out, and he just said no. Like he was literally just like, no, actually I'm going to take over the entire party and shape it in my image. Sure is nice to hear intelligent people discussing the important things. Yeah, I agree. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here, everybody. I appreciate you. Suddenly Trump locked in. Yeah, like he's got his superpower is shamelessness. Like he can just pretend that everything is great, and yeah, they will just it will be interesting to see how history will view the Trump presidency. Oh, well, history is not going to be, unless Trump can like be a god emperor king forever. His history is not going to be. You want to be picked up, Weddy? You want to be picked up? He might freak out. Well, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, who's a good boy? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Who's a good chunky boy? Do you not want to be up here? Do you hate being held? I know you hate being held. I always try to hold him in the most comfortable way possible, but the Republicans just couldn't refuse their abusive daddy. Yeah, pretty much. Like Republicans are really susceptible to the whole strong man, the whole shtick, like really susceptible to it. Who's a good baby boy? He's a good baby boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, you can like see the chat reflected in my watch. That's kind of funny. There's no way this moldy, dry orange peel of a guy has 4 years of life in him, right? Well, I don't know. I mean, so he's going to be older than Biden was when he left office. When he leaves office, he will be older than Biden is. And like Trump has clearly abused amphetamines for an incredibly long time. So there's a good chance that dementia is going to ravage him, the likes of which we have never seen before. Like, if we thought like Joe Biden was really out of it, Trump is going to be, probably by the end of his term, he's going to be way more out of it. Like, I don't know if any of you saw this, but like recently Trump like was talking to the reporters, and he basically said like, they rigged the election and I won. Like he forgot that he doesn't need to talk about the rigged election stuff anymore, and he like brought it up, and then he was like, oh wait, I'm actually the president of the United States. So like, you know what I mean? Like he tried to make a point about fraud in the election, and then was like, but I won. Like, what? What? His mind, like, I mean, even 4 years ago, if you look at like, okay, literally pull up a video of him talking to reporters, and then pull up a video of him from 2016. The dude, he has not aged well. he has not He is not yeah. Yeah, are you a good baby boy? Are you the best baby boy in the whole world? If you were? If you were? He actually looks healthier since since I've started feeding him the new food. He seems healthier. Okay. Every mention of I don't know what the butthole surfers are. He's definitely losing it. He can hardly say one coherent sentence. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Like his State of the Union address it was literally just his campaign speech. Like he falls and he's like sundowning, but he has repeated the same speech for the past 5 years or whatever so many times that he just goes on autopilot and he's like Russia, the impeachment scam. Like he just goes on this this what he calls the weave or whatever. He has one speech. Literally, it's because his brain doesn't work. Like he can't think of any new he doesn't have any new thoughts. He literally just repeats the things that he knows that he said. Like he was asked about Ukraine the other day. He was asked about what's going on with Ukraine and the loss of support or whatever. And he kept repeating, they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards. That's what he said when Zelensky was in the meeting with him. He was like, you don't have the cards. You don't have the cards. And he it wasn't relevant. It didn't really mean anything in the context of the question being asked of him. But he's so brain rotted that he was just like, oh yeah, I need to repeat the thing that, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? His head is just full of vindictive and self-aggrandizing mantras all day long. Yeah, literally. He's lip syncing pre-recorded versions of himself. Literally. Butthole Surfers is a 1980s rock band. They have a song called Pepper. In the song they say, well, it shouldn't have been a better shot. Wait, what? It's a 1980s rock band? Are they still producing music? Is that what you mean? They have a song called Pepper. In the song they say, well, it shouldn't. Well, it should have been a better shot. Oh. Okay, I can't read that. I don't want to get banned off of They're still producing music? Well, that's cool. It's what ivermectin. It's the ivermectin scare. Oh my god, I can't speak. My words are failing me. It's that ivermectin stare. Gives them the chills every time. Very effective bargaining tool. Oh god. Oh god. Because he thought that Zelensky was threatening him with the fallout because he was just trying to warn him about what in the reality is actually happening. Yeah, literally, Zelensky was just like, okay, you can talk about a ceasefire, but Putin is going to just ignore that. And he was like, you don't have the cards. Zelensky's not even trying to strike a deal with you right now. He's literally just making a singular point about how there are two parties involved and one of them is the aggressor, and they're still aggressing. Russia is if Russia stopped, the war would stop. Ukraine is not going to invade Russia. If Russia stopped trying to invade Ukraine, the war would end immediately. Bedtime for me. Y'all take care. Water is good for you. Consider drinking some. Yes, drink some water. Enjoy your sleeps. Enjoy bed or whatever. Probably not gonna do a gaming stream after this tonight. I've been going on for almost 3 hours now, and I don't think I'm gonna have the energy for a gaming stream after this. I'm curious what people think. So just a chat poll, basically. When I do gaming streams, do you guys want me to stick with Project Zomboid, or do you mind if I played Monster Hunter? Um, can vaguely see Freddy flopping in the background. Yeah, he likes to stand behind me on my chair. I don't know why. I think he just likes like leaning against me. Give us Monster Hunter. Okay, I was just curious because like I know some people like get attached to like playthroughs or whatever, and we had a playthrough of Project Zomboid going, and I don't want anyone to think like I'm abandoning it or anything. But Monster Hunter Wild is so good. I am actually really happy with Monster Hunter. I really like it. It's really good. I'm excited for maybe some DLC and stuff too. Like I think that like it's already a really solid game, and they could it's probably just going to get better. Mary Trump talked about the "you will feel it." Zelensky hit DJT's trigger word. He hates his feelings. True. True. Yeah, no, literally, like Trump got so triggered, and Zelensky seemed really confused during that whole encounter. Like he was just like, "What are you? Like, what is happening right now?" If the server ever starts working, LOL, would you consider streaming Minecraft ever? I feel like Minecraft is kind of a boring stream game. I don't know how many people would want to watch me like make a house and like I don't know. Like is that really like it might be cool to like show off the server a little bit, like be like look at our cute server. But like I like Minecraft. Like I like playing Minecraft. I'm just saying in terms of a stream. Like for a stream. You know? Like I don't think that that's really like when I play Minecraft, the entire goal is to like I'm not saying the game is boring. I'm just saying that the entire goal is to like for me is to like zone out and just like blah. Do your political rants over MC gameplay. It'll be fun. Well, but you see, kind of the issue is that like I get hyper focused on what I'm doing. That's why I'm so good at sitting here and just like hyper fixating on politics for 3 hours and just like I can just talk nonstop for like 3 hours about politics with you guys because I'm good at that. But like actually, if anyone noticed, when I would play Project Zomboid, I would like what does he need? He just wants pets. He's just being him. He's constantly begging for attention. He's just a needy little boy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are a needy little boy. Yes, you are. You are. He's also always begging for food. Like he's always hungry, and so he constantly tries to beg for food. But like when I would play Project Zomboid, after I would start playing it, I would always say like we can keep talking about politics, and then I would immediately get distracted by projects. Like I would get fully immersed in Project Zomboid. And so like that kind of fails me. Like if I'm gonna do a political rant, then good morning, Leah. Got to go. Keep shining. Thank you, Sophie, for being here. You enjoy your day. It's like nighttime for me. Never attribute to malice that which can be attributed to incompetence. What does Trump have in spades? Incompetence. Exactly. Genuine cat lady. Yeah, I have a pin on my bag that says cat lady. Leah plays Elden Ring. I've already Queen America Radagon is gender fluid. That I don't know why I never thought about that before, but that is so funny. That's like literally true. I am on my second Elden Ring playthrough, and I'm in the Altus Plateau. I don't feel like I have the desire for a third Elden Ring playthrough. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if that's something that I want to do. Like the first playthrough was really cool. The second playthrough has been like painfully easy. Like Elden Ring, when the bosses are scary, the game is harder. But once you realize that like you just need to get good and dodge, and after you already know what all the bosses are, it's like not scary anymore. And like genuinely the only boss I ever have issue with in Elden Ring anymore is what's his face? Radon. He's the only, like, he's hard. He's kind of hard because he's just so aggressive and his attacks have so much AoE. But yeah, like I feel like Monster Hunter would be more interesting. It's fresh. Dark Souls 2 will always be your favorite of the Soulsborne games. Now, I'll be real, actually. I've never played Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3. Well, that's a lie. I played Dark Souls 3, like, I played like 15 hours of Dark Souls 3. Maybe less than that. Maybe 10 hours. But Elden Ring was my first Souls game. So, potentially in the future, I could do, like, we could go through the first one and the second one and third one. But I've watched videos on them is kind of the issue. Like I've watched videos that talk about the storyline, and granted, I know there's going to be a lot of it that I'm not going to remember, or that like will be kind of fresh to me just because like I don't remember. But some of the stuff is definitely spoiled for me. And so I'm not sure how interesting it would be. Perhaps Monster Hunter would be a good way to attract an audience to tell trans stuff to. You just spoiled something. I don't want to know that. I read it already, but I'm removing your comment just because I don't like spoilers. You just spoiled the DLC for me. So thank you for that, Pax. But like there'll be separate streams. So like for all of you that are here for politics, you no longer have to worry about, well, I don't know actually. I'm going to try it. You're sorry? It's too late. It's too late to be sorry. You already spoiled it for me. Which kind of sucks. I actually didn't know that that was a part of the DLC, but now I do, and now I can't erase that from my brain, and it won't be a surprise. It'll just be like, oh, okay. Guess this is happening now. We can grieve together. Oh, don't act like you're upset about it. You don't care. If you had cared, you wouldn't have spoiled it without asking me. I said that I hadn't played the DLC yet earlier, so I had made it I thought I made it clear. Oh, I hate spoilers. I hate them a lot. Because like half the fun, like I said with Elden Ring, like half of the reason why the first playthrough was so good is because you don't know what's going to happen, and the bosses are so crazy and so like scary. But once you know what's going to happen, and once you've seen it before, it's kind of like it loses a lot of that, and then the game is like really easy. Like Elden Ring is actually super easy. Like I'm just like, yeah. Okay. Anyway, Joe, thank you for the $5. Spoilers are lame. Showing some appreciation. Money makes everything better. Yeah, that's like the Elon Musk mindset. Like if I only make a few more $1 billion, maybe I'll be happy with my life. Or maybe he's so focused on $1 trillion. What can you do? Yeah. It's unavoidable for streamers. Yeah, a little bit. Like it is what I get. Like if I wanted people to not spoil or anything for me, I would just avoid video games entirely. But I like talking about video games or playing video games on stream. And so like it is sort of just something I guess I have to deal with, but sucks. Also, like if someone was in chat and read that message and got spoiled, like I apologize. I wish people were more like, people don't even think about it. Like most people just like spoil stuff without thinking about it. And I wish more people were like more thoughtful about that, but you know, it is what it is. I can see Trump and Musk being legitimately hurt by their plummeting approval ratings and how many people are starting to despise them. Their fragile egos require Constant praise and adoration. In all fairness, it's been over 6 months. Well, yeah, but like I'm busy. Like I don't have time to do everything all at once. It's like I have like a backlog of like 17 games I'm trying to play. Like I still haven't beaten Cyberpunk. It's all right. It's fine. I'm not mad at you. What about in character political zomboid rants? Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. What do I play Monster Hunter on? Computer. This one. It's like my computer. I built it. So, you know. One good thing about Cyberpunk is that there's multiple endings to explore. Yeah, I've never beaten it, so I don't know anything about that. Project Zomboid all in a Trump voice. Oh, like doing a Trump voiceover. I was spot on. I really don't feel like my Trump voice was that great. Like decent maybe, but I don't know if my Trump impression was really that great. You should yell at the top of your lungs into the microphone. It would be very therapeutic to the people in bed right now. Oh, I'm sure. Your Trump voice was at least an 8 out of a 10, maybe higher. I don't know. I feel like you're glazing me right now. I feel like you're glazing me. I don't really feel like it was that great. It was superb. How new or old is my PC? I built it during the pandemic. Like 6 years old. Do it. Let us hear it again. I got to think of something Trump to say, like Trumpian to say, like now the pressure's on. Now I'm like I'm blanking on something to say. I can relate. I had the DLC spoiled for me like 2 months after release and I still hadn't played it. Yeah. The cycle of trauma continues. You didn't break the cycle. Super funny. I don't know why I found that so funny. Okay, I do need to go to the bathroom real quick. And as for the political subject, Musk whines when people make fun of him online. His fragile ego won't handle being related in mass as well as mocked relentlessly. Yeah, so that's a really good point. So like Trump and Musk are extremely egotistical and they have insulated themselves really well against the like the concerns of the American people. Like they don't care necessarily to listen to people, but like Republican backlash is increasing. Like, and there's only so long that they can avoid the backlash. Like, eventually they will. I thought you were saying you were 6 years old during the pandemic. No, my computer is 6 years old right now because I built it during the pandemic. So not bad. Then would be super expensive to build. Wait, what are you? It was really hard for me to get a video card when I built my computer. I had to like it was during the shortage and like I had to check like 7 different retailers online like every day. I was on like a bunch of different email lists. And I just snagged like the first graphic card that I could actually find. So it took me like 3 months to find a graphics card. Really sucked. I don't think Trump's ailing mind will handle being heckled in public. He'll lose his temper and say something insane and spiral out of control. Yeah. Yeah, like he really can't handle. If you look at the press, um, when people ask him like basic questions that are not glazing him, he freaks out. I don't know if any of you have seen this, but there was like he was like on a plane going somewhere, and he do I tell people what my PC specs are? I mean, it's a 3090. The reason I got a 3090, I wanted a 3080, but I got a 3090 because it was the only one I could find, and it was cheaper than buying a 3080 from a scalper. So I got a 3090, and then I got like an i9 chip. I don't even know what is it, i9 or is it? I don't really remember. And then the motherboard is something. Can't really remember. I've got an M2 drive. You paid more for a 3080 Ti than I did for my 3090. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That sucks. Weren't I going to the bathroom? I was going to. Remember when Tim Walz simply called them weird? They were seething. Yeah, I honestly, so I wanted to talk about that because there have been some encouraging signs from certain leadership that like we might am I aware of the Sam Cedar versus 20 conservatives video? Yes, actually, Ryan. We talked about it earlier. It's in the VOD if you wanted to hear about it. But essentially the entire thing that I said was that like Sam did a fantastic job, and like the conservatives made his arguments for them because they were so loud and so stupid. And like the way Jubilee set up the entire video was like whoever reached the chair first got to talk to Sam. So the most idiotic, the most idiotic, most selfish, least restrained people ever were the ones that got to the chair. Like the same 5 people did the entire debate with Sam Cedar. There were a lot of conservatives that didn't even try to get into the seat to debate Sam Cedar because they were like literally the most idiotic, selfish people ever were the ones that were like speed running to the chair. So like really the conservatives made themselves look deeply stupid, which was very satisfying. Well, okay, it's satisfying in a way, but it was also like a little bit brain rotting to listen to them just like not understand how the government works. I just got my acceptance letter today from the college Tim Walz graduated from. Oh, that's cool. I don't know anything about the college he's from or what it's like or anything, but that's cool. Go piss, girl. Yeah, I should probably do that, but I'm just trying to hold on because like honestly, it's already been like almost 3 hours, so maybe I can just like push through and then like just go after stream. But like so Freddy's just like chilling behind. Cute boy. He's such a good boy. So what was I talking about? Oh, Tim Walz. Okay, so there have been some encouraging signs from certain leadership in the Democratic Party. Like Tim Walz recently called their Trump administration fascists and Nazis. He said that people are going to want actual real change and not like just tinkering around the edges. And Tim Walz is also not corporate bought. Like he's one of the poorest politicians in the nation. So like he's genuinely not against us in the class war. So I don't know, guys. Like how do people feel? How do people feel about Tim Walz potentially running in 2028? Like I'm one of those people where I feel like leaders naturally emerge, and like it's not really like we're not going to be able to pick who runs in 28. It's going to be just like a natural consequence of like who wants to run, what public sentiment is like, blah 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 blah. Whoever finds the correct narrative to or the most prescient narrative to capture the base. But like I feel like Tim Walz, some people were saying that Tim Walz like has 0% chance because he was associated with the Kamala campaign. But I'd vote for him 100%, but his debate with Vance was a very bad look. Yeah, although I feel like okay, so like one thing that has been talked about, like, so actually Tim Walz recently just came out and said that the campaign, like he criticized the 2024 campaign, and he said that they played it too safe. So I think what happened was, before he went out to that debate, someone like a consultant told Tim Walz, like, hey, you're not allowed to like attack JD Vance. You have to be as civil as you can be. If you disagree, it has to be around the edges, or it has to be this or that or whatever. Like, I'm very, very convinced that someone screwed him over for that debate, because like I don't think, I don't know. I don't think that was all Tim. Like, I think that Walz went out on stage being told, like, hey, we need to play it safe. Hey, we need to be nice. Like, we need to take the high road or whatever. But I feel like if he were left to his own devices, he would be like way more aggressive and firm in his stances. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks that, but I feel like it was very clear to me that like that debate performance, he seemed like he was being held back. I mean, they brought back the guy who lost HRC's campaign, but Walz was kind of wasted on the Harris ticket. Was he, though? They hit him in the basement for that campaign, and he was still the most popular guy. Yeah, like, they did not utilize him at all, but it is really, really important to recognize that like Tim Walz was the most popular person in the entire campaign. Like, he was more popular than Trump. He was more popular than JD Vance. He was more popular than Kamala Harris. So yeah. I thought Walz came off as nervous during the debate. I'm worried that he does not do well under pressure. So that's exactly what I'm saying. I think that he came off as nervous because he didn't want to come off as too aggressive, because he was told behind the scenes, hey, if you go after JD Vance and make him and call him weird and say that he's a piece of shit, it's going to make you look mean and bad. And we don't want to be mean and bad. So make sure you really watch your tone. So I think that the reason why he sounded so nervous is because he was being told to behave in a way that wasn't natural to him. Like, I think a lot of the reason why Tim Walz is viewed so well and viewed so favorably is because he kind of does the thing where he doesn't workshop everything he says. Like, when he first joined the Harris campaign, the first couple appearances that Tim Walz had, when before the consultancy class like took over, before they accepted the before Harris accepted the nomination with the DNC, like all of those early appearances, Tim Walz was like on fire. He was going so hard. He was so on point. And then after they accepted the DNC nomination, he completely changed. Like, he was almost a different kind of politician. So I do feel like there was just a ton of behind the scenes pressure, and he wasn't really willing to buck it. Like, he wasn't willing, like he was just kind of following Harris's lead or whatever. The high horse is a little pony when you're standing next to a conservative. We can't be mean to the fascies. He was acting very differently. You're probably right. God, why are we talking about these nerds? I want to yell unhinged wordplay into the void. We have to protect poor little Trump. Yeah, we have to protect him. I bet so. I don't think Walz would have adhered to strictly to pretending that they were just having a reasonable debate. Yeah, I think he cares too much about issues. Like, he's actually, like, Tim Walz is one of the few Democrats that's actually principled, and we know that because he put it into action. Like, he passed with a 1-seat majority. He did so many things in Minnesota. Like, he did so much for that state. So he cares. Like, he actually cares. Like, if he didn't care, he wouldn't have done any of that. He'd just be like another governor who's just like a do nothing Democrat. But like, we really, you know what we really need on the left? We really need to go after this. I hate to say this, but like, one of the best things Trump ever did for his own power was the whole rhino thing. Like, Trump taking over the party and shame bashing all the Republicans into falling into line with him was so powerful. And if we could just get a Democrat who was willing to be like Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin and all these people, and just to tell them how it is. Like, you do nothing Democrats, you absolute hypocrites, you corporate shills, you wastes of space. Like, if we, I don't know, if we were able to put a lot more pressure on those kinds of Democrats, maybe we could primary them and maybe we could have a stronger coalition. Dinos, yeah. Like, I feel like that would actually be really effective on the left, because a lot of the reasons why the left wing is so weak and ineffectual, like, Democrats are lobbyist funded and there's no real party pressure to like fall in line with like for instance, let's be real, a lot of Republican representatives have voted against things in their own interest because, or like things that they would normally, like, they've voted for things that they normally wouldn't vote for because they were afraid of the pressure of Donald Trump ousting them from the party. But like, if we had that kind of pressure to force Democrats to defy lobbyist pressure, then like, we could actually like if we had that kind of apparatus, then maybe Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema wouldn't have killed the Build Back Better Act. Like, maybe we would have had the original bill, which was like actually decent, like negotiations on all drug prices. Like, we were going to get negotiations on all drug prices. Like that would have helped like an insane amount of people. That would have been like real policy change. Like, real, that would have been something real. But then we have like Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, and they kill it. They killed the bill, and then we had to do this watered down piece of shit where it's like, you get 10 medications, and then when Trump takes office, obviously he's just gonna murder it. And I don't know. So, you know, like, I feel like we need a leader on the Democratic Party on the side of the left that has the balls to like actually care and to do something with that caring, like to have political capital and then spend it. So is there anyone, good evening, Serena. Is there anyone else who has like any other leaders that they think would be potentially good for 28? Right now, I'm kind of putting everything on a Tim Walz 28 run. I'm not gonna lie, like the only person that I feel right now in this current climate could like Tim Walz stands for progressive values, but he comes off as extremely moderate just because he's like a Midwestern white guy. And I hate to say it, but well, I don't hate to say it. Well, I mean, I hate to say it because he like comes off as very like white and very Midwestern. Like, I hate that that's the reason why he's so like palatable to most people. But is AOC washed? I mean, I think AOC is pretty cool. I just think that unfortunately, like, she doesn't have, like, Tim Walz is in the Democratic Party. AOC is like they keep her at arm's length. Like, the Democrats don't really, Like, she's not really an insider in the party. I don't know. Walz would do well as long as he doesn't run with Harris again. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. Like he would, if he's at the top of the ticket, you know, pick someone else as VP or whatever. Maybe he picks AOC as, oh my God, actually, like, if you had like a Tim Walz with AOC VP ticket, like that would actually be kind of lit. But I feel like, unfortunately, the right wing would like I don't know if AOC being on the VP side of that ticket would like, it would probably play well with the left, but I don't know. The attack ads would be crazy. The attack ads would be like so unhinged. Like, I have no idea who would be like the appropriate pick for the. Why didn't Democrats walk out with Al Green after he was illegally censured? Well, I don't know if it was illegal because it was voted on, and Democrats actually voted for the censorship, which is really dumb. That's one thing that we should be mad about: the Democrats voting to censure Al Green for being the only courageous Democrat to stand up and like and get mad at the State of the Union address, rather than just hold up some paddle that's like. VP AOC does have a nice ring to it. So does President Walz. Yeah, Tim has like a great name. He's really easy for people to accept. And if you gave me Waltz and Talib, that'd be a decent ticket. Like Tim Walz at the head of the ticket, Rashida as the VP. Be a pretty good ticket. I wish Bernie were like 20 years younger. Do you know how amazing that would be? God, if Bernie were like 20 years younger and he could just run for office, run for president again. Oh, God. If only. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Tim Walz right now, he's like he's my pick. Like, he's the person that I would be willing to throw support behind, and I genuinely feel like he would have been good, or he would be good. If Hillary didn't screw us, we could have had Bernie in 2016. Well, actually, I don't know if that was Hillary or if that was more Obama. I think it was more Obama that screwed over Bernie than Hillary. Like, I'm pretty sure it was Obama that put pressure on the DNC to force Hillary into the primary, like steal the primary from him. If he was 20 years younger, he'd be 90 years old. No, he'd be 64. He'd be 64. You think it was Debbie Wasserman Schultz? I don't really know exactly about what happened on the inside that prevented Bernie from the primary. I just know that it was DNC bullshit. I love Bernie. Yeah, I love Bernie too. We need to clone Bernie. If only. If only. Like, it really scares me to think of Bernie. He's going to be exiting politics soon, you know? And like, there's going to be such a vacuum left by Bernie leaving. Like, I don't know what's going to fill that. Like, who's going to be able to pick up that mantle? You know what I mean? Like, who's going to be able to do that? If Michelle Obama was willing to run, we could have a third-term Barack. That makes me want to throw up. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I don't know how my chat feels about this. I haven't really talked about Obama very much, but Obama was like so disappointing. Like, his campaigns were lit, and the excitement for him to be president was lit. Like, it was really, really great. But then he was just an establishment shill. Like, he did so many things wrong. And like, deporter in chief, he was super on the side of big oil, like drone striking a lot of people. And then Obama was the reason like Hillary was selected for the 2016 primary, which was a disastrous choice. Like he's good at speaking. He good at talking. But like, if you remember Obama very fondly, I feel like that's just because you aren't paying enough attention to what actually happened in the Obama administration. If I had to choose between a neoliberal capitalist and a fascist Nazi, yeah, I mean, okay, but like yes, I would have preferred Kamala Harris to Donald Trump, but I'm not gonna sit here and act like I want Kamala Harris to run again. Like, she was the definition of a milquetoast neoliberal Democrat, a capitalist neoliberal Democrat. And so what could have former President Obama done better in his first term? Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know if I want to get into this whole thing, but yeah, he wasted his supermajority at the beginning of his first term. He tried to do this whole bipartisan reach across the aisle, work with the Republicans when the Republicans were already in their Mitch McConnell era. Literally, they were like, we're going to block everything this guy does. And Obama just kept extending the olive branch. He kept trying to work with Republicans. He kept trying to do things in this really out of date, old fashioned way. You have the deporter in chief thing where he didn't care about the border. He didn't care about immigration reform. Like, and I don't mean care about the border in the Republican way. I mean, like, we need serious immigration reform for the people that want citizenship. And like, he did not do anything towards that. If anything, he kind of made it worse. And also, you have, the big oil stuff where he was huge on oil and did not do really anything to better the climate situation or move us away from oil dependency. What about Jasmine Crockett for VP? She could be great. I think that she's a really powerful voice. I think that she's gaining a lot of popularity in the party and a lot of recognition. I do like Jasmine Crockett a lot. I think that she's got the sauce. Like, she's got a lot of sauce. Didn't codify Roe versus Wade when he had the chance. Dismissed it when someone brought it up. Exactly. The whole thing with the Supreme Court where like the Republicans shamed Obama into waiting until after the election cycle to replace the Supreme Court seat, and then like the Republicans they created a rule and then immediately broke it, so like they stacked the Supreme Court kind of because of Obama. Like, if he had just been like, no, we're gonna confirm someone, like, screw you, then we would have one more Democrat Supreme Court judge. Jeez, words. I'm losing words. AOC too. Yeah, AOC could be great. Hey, Jackie. I don't know if I saw you in there in the chat earlier. As disappointing as it was, it seems so sane compared to now. Well, yeah, because everyone is sane compared to Okay, Freddie, I gotta get up. He's gonna hate this. He's like behind me. I gotta stand up. My legs are like, you're late. It's okay. Freddie, get up. Get up. Sorry. I know you're cozy. Oh my god. Oh my back. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna raise my desk. Oh gosh. 1 second. We're getting there. Oh, my hips just adjusted and that felt so good. Oh my gosh. Oh, I should have stood up like an hour ago. Oh. Oh. Maybe Obama is trash. I never really felt too strongly about him. Well, like he wasn't like the worst person in the entire world. Like he's not Trump, but like he just really wasted an opportunity that was really important, and like he benefited so much from populist speech and then did literally nothing with it. Like he did the same thing that Trump is doing but on the left. Like Trump had this populist message and like went super hard on it and then did none of it. And that's exactly what Obama did. He had this super populist message, hope and change, and then he didn't change anything. He didn't do anything with all that hope and change, like like all that energy. Like he just floundered it, and I just I don't know. I don't know. I stood up and now I have to pee even worse. Camera moved. Yeah, I my desk is a standing desk, and I gotta pee so bad. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm okay, I'm back. Um Woo, that felt great. Peeing was actually amazing. Oh, that would be amazing. Or would be amazing. Was amazing. I don't know what I'm talking about. Words. Obama did push trans rights, also expanded healthcare. I mean, like, okay, the ACA is better than not having the ACA, but like, let's let's not act like that was like a game. Like, I don't know. It's just a band-aid. It's not the kind of like universal healthcare we need. The baby step. You know, it was a baby step. Like yes, he deserves some credit for that, but Democrats try to act like that's like universal healthcare, and it's not. It's just an insurance subsidy. That's all it is. Vote American Independent ASAP. Oh God, this concerned citizen person, by the way, just for people in chat, like they've been in my streams before, and I've had to argue with them a little bit. I'm pretty sure that person is like a bot or like some kind of plant, like this concerned citizen, like not even concerned citizen, but just like, yeah, I don't know if you're a real person. I feel like a lot of the times the stuff you say is, why are you spamming in my chat? Gross. Obvious plant. Yeah, like they always say really dumb stuff that sounds like it's like generated through like AI or something. Like it doesn't, I don't know. I don't think they're a real person. Yeah, if you're real, say the last thing you ate. Okay, so yeah. Kind of derailed my train of thought. I know we were talking about Obama. That's not necessarily what I want to be focusing on. Because you know, I'm not trying to make the liberals too mad. I'm not trying to make the liberals feel personally attacked. I know that there's still a lot of Obama glazing that happens from liberals, but I just don't think that there's any like, yes, he's not Trump. That's pretty much all he's got going for him. So, you know. Anyway. Universal healthcare would be great. We can name it something patriotic to get the conservatives on board. Oh, I wish that something like that would work, but they are not acting in good faith. Like, and I think that's one of the biggest mistakes that the Democratic Party makes. They continue to make that mistake. Like, I saw an interview with Chuck Schumer where he said something like, "We're willing to work with anyone on these issues." Like, oh God, like, oh God, if I get so mad. Like, the right wing is not acting in good faith. They have not acted in good faith in like 12, 14, 16, like almost like 2 decades. They have not acted in good faith. And I don't understand why freaking Democrats like continue to think, oh, if we just do it the right way, if we just like, no, they don't care. They don't want to reach across the aisle. They don't want to shake your hand. They don't want to do any of that. This is my first time in the live chat. You introduced me to Aaron in the morning. Thank you for all you do. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And I hope that you you know, feel more informed, and Aaron is great. Aaron is amazing. She does like the Lord's work, you know, like she's really doing the hard work. I really appreciate her for her reporting. I don't like, there's no one else that reports things as thoroughly as she does, considering like trans stuff, you know. Hello, Andrea. On a side note, I'm traveling to Florida next week, and Google mapped out our hotel to the liquor store and grocery store, and it says Gulf of America, WTF. Yep, it's because the technocratic billionaires are on Trump's side. Can't trust these billionaires. For the longest time, the Democrats played buddy-buddy with the technocratic billionaires, but they don't care about us. They just care about money. And the second they realized that they were going to get more money under Trump, they flipped. So, you're going to bed, Lady Vaporeon. Have a great night. Good luck at the protest, by the way. I hope it all goes well. Stay safe out there, for sure. Disregarding our dreams of gay space communism for a moment, I think what's really important just for immediate stability is the center, left, and right are getting roused to speak up because of the horror show. Yeah, like there has been a lot of radicalization that has happened so far, like already. Like think about again, look at the numbers of the subscribe. Like look at the like David Pakman, Brian Tyler Cohen, Secular Talk, all like Kyle Kalinske, like all these people. If you look at their channels, they're blowing up. They are blowing up. There's a radicalizing force happening in this country because there were genuinely a lot of people in the middle, like centrists or neoliberal Democrats, who believed foolishly that their vote didn't matter. The pendulum's going to swing back and forth. It's the normal state of affairs. None of this matters. Trump isn't going to do any of that crazy stuff. And then here Trump is doing all of that crazy stuff that he said he was going to do and more. Like he's overreaching like crazy. He's dismantling the system. He's destroying people's lives. And guess what? Guess what? A lot of these centrist people did not expect this to happen. They genuinely did not think that things would get like this bad. And so it's a radicalizing force. Mainstream media isn't talking about it. They're acting like everything is status quo, everything is as normal. But then you really freaking get that Brian Tyler Cohen has really blown up. In just 2 months, he went from like 100K to 5. No, he was over 1 million. Brian Tyler Cohen before the election was at like 1.5 million or 2 million or something. But he's definitely blown up. He's definitely blown up. Joe Rogan lost his #1 spot on Spotify due to this uprising. Yeah, I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm pretty sure I heard that Midas Touch has like is like bigger than Midas Touch is bigger than Joe Rogan now, is what I heard. Jackie, thank you so much for the $5. A lot of anti-trans bills seem to be getting killed in Montana. Yeah, I talked about it in my last video at the end of it. I know that the first part of the video was about Charlie Kirk, but I spent the last half of the video talking about Zoe Zephyr and what was that other Republican Howell, the non-binary representative, and their speeches, like Zoe Zephyr, and what was that representative? Was it Howell? I can't remember their last name. But anyway, they did the speeches, and they convinced a bunch of Republicans to vote against anti-trans bills. So it feels like it genuinely feels like Howell. Okay. It genuinely feels like an important moment to mention because, you know, they were able to flip votes. They were able to convince people that like this culture war stuff is not like there is a way in which we can message that will help us win on these issues. And it's only when we have these like you have these feckless Democrats like people like Gavin Newsom who just give ground without any pushback because they think that's what's popular. And like, oh my God, oh, it makes me so mad. So like we need more Democrats to be like Zoe Zephyr and to be like Howell and to know things about trans rights issues so that when these kinds of issues come up, when these kinds of things come up, they can actually push back. Like they can actually say like, hey, I'm just a normal freaking person and you're trying to make my life illegal. And, flip some Republicans. The centrists don't realize Trump had some chains keeping his worst ideas at bay during his first term. And now has nothing to hold him back. A lot of the centrists I grew up with are moving left. Yeah, no, for sure. That's a great point, Mackenzie. I think a lot of people and I even sort of felt like this. Like I was like, okay, well, his first term, he did a lot of nothing, like I was sort of like, I sort of had this mindset of like, and now granted, I was scared of a second Trump administration. I was not like, whatever, like I'm not a liberal. Okay. So I wasn't like as chill about it as some liberals were, but like, even me, I'm a progressive. I still sort of had an idea like, okay, well, he didn't do a lot his first term. He just golfed a lot. He's pretty lazy. So maybe he's just going to do that this time around. But no, he's too radically, he's moved too far to the radical right. And on top of that, Trump's brain has melted to the point where his dementia-addled brain is causing him to act out on his worst impulses, and there's no one to stop him. There's no one to hold back his power. There's no one to check him. Idaho lost a Republican representative. He got in an argument with other Republicans. He switched over to a centrist party. Oh, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. Grifting Gavin. That's my Trumpian nickname for him. No, Grifty Gavin. I like Grifty Gavin. I want something meaner, though. Like, I want something meaner. Like, I feel like Gavin Newsom, he's like the scummiest maggot. Like, he's like I know maggot is already for MAGA people, but like Gavin Newsom, I would vote for a rotting apple over Gavin. I would vote for like an actual turd over Gavin. Gruesome Gavin. Gavin Newsom. I feel like Newsom, isn't that like the Republican name for him though? Gruesome Gavin is creative, but it's like hard to say. The Overton window is moving to the right. I wish MAGA would jump out of it. Well, see, that's actually kind of one of the interesting things right now is that like you would think the Overton window is moving to the right, but the Republicans are doing, and Trump is doing so much crazy shit that it's actually moving the entire country to the left. Like the entire country is now moving to the left. Republicans are mad at Trump. Republicans are mad at Musk. Like those town halls. You have conservatives flooding town halls, screaming at their representatives. You have Republican representatives running away from their base, scared shitless that they're going to be confronted on their bullshit during a town hall. Like, all that stuff is happening. It's a radicalizing force. And if any, like, I'm not an accelerationist, but like, the accelerationists are eating kind of good right now because like things are getting so bad so fast that all of the people that felt like nothing mattered, all of the people that felt like, it doesn't matter who's president, it doesn't matter, like none of it matters, like they're getting proven wrong. Like it does matter, and there are real consequences, and real people are going to get hurt. The only Republicans loyal to Trump are in DC statewide. Nope. Well, Craven Newsom. Oh, that's kind of a good one. Grizzly Gavin. I feel like Grizzly Gavin kind of sounds like either a supervillain or it sounds like, it kind of sounds badass. like he's grizzly, like he's he's like covered in viscera, and he's just like I don't know, uh like he crawls out of the stomach of a bear that he's been living in, like that he like slept in overnight, because he was trying to stay warm, and he like fought a bear barehanded. But I think it sounds too cool. Gavin Newsom, that's pretty good. That's exactly what I imagined. That's funny. Grotesque Gavin, that's pretty good. I like that one. Texas is very rough for us trans people, but we are still here. Proud of you for staying and fighting and being you. I guess the Overton window is different in the news than among the people. Yeah, that's very true. It's based on class. So like the Gavin poops him. I bet he poops a lot. Grizzly Gavin sounds like the name of an urban legend. So yeah, no, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Overton window depends entirely if you're in the upper class, like the rich people, or if you're a part of our class, like the rest of America. Like if you're rich, then the Overton window has been continually shifting right for like, I don't know, 15 years or something like that, like for a really long time. It's just been, at least since Trump has entered the scene, the Overton window for the rich has been shifting right. But and actually like the middle class and like the working class, or whatever you want to call it, I know that people have different feelings about those different terms, but like the rest of us, things did move right a little bit leading up to the Trump administration, the Overton window. But to be totally honest with you, I think that what Trump is doing is radicalizing so many people on the left to the far left, and radicalizing so many people away from the right to the center, that like the Overton window, since Trump has, like, it's shocking how quickly the Overton window is shifting away from Trump. Like for instance, all you have to do, like, look at Canada. Look at what happened with the Conservative Party in Canada. They went from leading by a lot, as Trump says, I'm leading by a lot. See, there's my Trump impression. I'm leading by a lot, by a lot. See, it's not that great. Like, I really don't feel like it's great. But anyway, in Canada, the far right party has lost so much support that the Liberal Party's probably gonna win. Like literally, people outside of the U.S. are seeing what's happening, and they're like, holy shit, we don't want that. Like, and so that's true. My dad's become a militant leftist. That's pretty sick. It's pretty cool. I like to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, people are, your impression sounds like Trump if he was less annoying. Interesting. I'm cracking my knuckles. I'm sorry. You guys can hear that. My bad. Just a nervous habit. Oh, that was my wrist that I just popped. That actually felt incredible. That was like the best. I have a Freddy fur like on my face, and I can feel it. I thought I was opening a soda. I can feel it, but I can't find the Freddy fur. Wrist pop? Yeah, have you never done that? You like, so like you have like this, your wrist right here, there's like a space between the end of your forearm bones and like your hand bones, where your hand bones start. There's like, you know, you can make space there. And if I grab and I push and I separate that, like sometimes I get a pop. It feels really good. Feels really good. I don't know where this Freddy fur is on my face, but after the stream, I'm gonna find it. But it's really a sensory issue. It's driving me crazy. You do the same thing with your knuckles too. Yeah, I like cracking my knuckles. Cracking my wrists. You know. You're gonna get bad or worse arthritis later on. No, that's not borne out in the research. That's like an old wise tale that you're gonna get arthritis from it, but research has shown that the worst thing that would happen is that you lose like 5% grip strength. Like it's, you know, you feel like your genetics don't allow for this. I don't know. I don't know why I can pop my wrists. But I can. But I can. All right, I feel like I've run out of things to talk about. You might need that grip strength in the future. For what? Hanging on to the cliff edge? What are you? God, I can feel the Freddy fur. Where is it? It's like one singular Freddy hair, and I can't. I can't find it. Oh, it's driving me crazy. Whatever. I'll get it after stream. I'll say that, but then I'll feel it again and I'll be like, I want to die. Okay. So, does anyone else have, the popping you hear when you crack your joints is air bubbles being pushed out that gets trapped between the joints. Those air bubbles don't belong. So occasional popping is good for you. I've never heard it being good for you. I've just heard that it like for me, it gives me a little bit of comfort. Like it makes me feel a little looser. Makes me feel a little loosey goosey, but like I've never really noticed anything like super positive about it other than that relief. I don't know. I all I know is that research was done on whether it causes arthritis, and it doesn't. The wrist is like 8 little squarish bones, pretty neat. Yeah, there are like a bunch of bones like right here, and then there's like obviously, you know, your forearm. And the forearm has les bones. Get some tweezers and try to get in front of a mirror. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. It's not near my eye. When do I start the live chat? What do you mean? This is the live chat. You're in it right now. It started 3 hours and 15 minutes ago. One other thing, I think Cash's obsessive Trump loyalty will cause people to make fun of him, like with those stupid books about King Trump, for example. Oh, for sure. For sure. For sure. Trump is going to be like when we look back on it, Trump is going to be made fun of so much for so many things. Like history is going to look back on this and it ain't gonna be very pretty. I'm grabbing my Linktree link right now. There we go. So that's my Linktree. If you want to join the Discord, we have a friendly community in there. We're always talking about stuff, doing stuff in there. You're more than welcome to join. You just click that Linktree, it opens up, and then you join the Discord. My other socials are in there. I'm not really active on my other socials too much. I've been doing it for 3 hours. What time do I normally start? Oh, okay. It depends. So it depends on when I get up and when I get ready and when I get home from errands. I tell people I usually start between 6:30 and 8:30 p.m. EST. So I'm in Eastern Standard Time. And usually I'm able to get started between 6:30 and 8:30 p.m. But it really just depends. I don't have like a super set time. If Trump gets his way, and he is right now, he will be remembered by history in the same breath as Hitler. I, I don't know exactly how they're going to look at Trump, but I mean, he's definitely one of the worst leaders in the history of the world. Like Trump is probably, after this term especially, he's probably going to be the worst president of the United States ever. Like I'm not sure if there was ever a presidency as corrupt, as evil as Trump is, but definitely feel like he's cornered the market on being the worst president of the United States ever, which is actually kind of funny because Trump always calls Biden the worst president in the history of the United States of America, and like it's like every accusation is a confession. like he's accusing Biden of being the worst president in the history of the United States, and literally it's like, that's you. Like, that's you, buddy. You're yeah. Oh my god, this Freddy fur. I'm slowly losing my mind to the Freddy fur. It's like on my nose somewhere, but I can't find it, and I can't like wipe because I got makeup on. Where is it? I got it. I found the Freddy fur. Oh my gosh. Oh yes. Oh, so amazing. Ronald Reagan or Andrew Jackson, maybe? I feel like he's so much worse than Ronald Reagan, though. Like, I feel like Trump is worse than Reagan. Because he's like Reagan, but like worse. Like, Reagan had dementia. Reagan was this like there are a lot of parallels between Reagan and Trump. They both used to be liberal actors. They both used to be popular in that world, and then they gained power as they got dementia. And yeah, he's like ultra Reagan. Like he's taken everything from Reagan and boosted it to the extreme. You know? I feel like Trump is what Reagan and his surrounding cadre envision. Fair enough. Fair enough. Did Reagan also do the Make America Great Again thing? I know that there have been a ton of leaders, like the Ukrainian leader. What is his name? He did the Make Ukraine Great Again, or no, Ukraine. Oh my god, sorry. What's the one guy's name? Oh my god, what country am I thinking about? Fuck. What is it? Oh Lord Jesus, please help us understand why we are going through this madness. That's a good question. Not Zelensky. Sorry, I said the wrong country. Hungary. Oh my god, the leader of Hungary. What's his name? Viktor Orban. Is that his name? Is that the right person? Am I thinking of the right person? Not Argentina. Yeah, Viktor Orban. Yeah. He said, "Make Hungary great again." Make Hungary great again. That was also a slogan from him. So like he lifted it from a bunch of people. Like Trump is not the first person to do the "Make something great again" thing. Like he just popularized it. Zelensky was also an actor. Yeah, I am aware of that. Funny thing is, he was in a series where he was a school teacher that became president. That is kind of funny. And like, I'm not particularly like a huge fan of Zelensky in all things, but I do think that, you know, obviously Russian aggression is bad. He didn't even make America great again himself. He stole that from another president. Yeah. People were saying Reagan. Reagan Nancy also was the Just Say No to Drugs, the Dare stuff. Yeah. I remember Dare when I was growing up. Zelensky is also Jewish. Is he Jewish? Actually, I did not know that. I did not know that he was Jewish. or is Jewish. Not that it doesn't really matter, but I was just didn't know that. Literally, I think Hitler said that in his speeches, make Germany great again. Oh, did he? Okay. Yeah, but I mean, I'm curious to see how things develop. You know, I'm curious. There's a lot going on, and you know, pressure is building against Musk and Trump. Like, people are outraged because, as I've talked about before, Trump is not able to spin everything that's going on. Like, they are doing so many bad things so quickly that, like, the spin room is not able to keep up with everything that's going on. And for that reason, Republicans are hearing things without all the right wing spin on it. They're hearing that they're going to cut $880 from Medicare. They're hearing that they're cutting veterans out of their jobs in the federal government. They're hearing that they're cutting they hear that they're cutting veterans working for veterans. And like, this stuff is not like, there's no spin happening. Like, it's just the raw stories coming out. And so that's radicalizing a lot of these right wingers. Like, a lot of these people are seeing this stuff and being like, oh my God, no time to watch stream, just dropping by to say hi. And you're so cute. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, hi, you cute lady. Hi. Thank you. Hello. Hello. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get the money for it tomorrow, but I'll take the photos and send them out to you and see if they have a good time for us. What? What? Wait, what are you? What? What is that? What? What? What is that? What are you talking about? His grandfather's family died during the Holocaust? Oh, wow. Zelensky's TV appearances were also widely seen in Russia. The soldiers invading Ukraine saw him on TV growing up. Oh, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. Thank you. Thanks, Clay. Kind and amazing and always is that the truth could be anything else that is going through or changing lives in my own mind. For maid and service office for the Sleeping Willow, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I don't know what any of that means. Zoe Zephyr turned 26 Republicans and got rid of a couple anti-trans bills. So it wasn't just Zoe Zephyr. It was also and there's 2 O's in her name, by the way. It's okay if you're a little dizzy. Drink some water. Everybody drink water. All of you drink water. All of you. Every single one of you. None of you are permitted to abstain from the water. So Zoe Zephyr, she turned 13 Republican. So 13 Republicans flipped because of Zoe, and 29 Republicans flipped because of Howell. Representative Howell. So, grand total, I don't know if those were separate Republicans or if they, I'd have to look on it. It's probably, it's 29 in total, I think. But either way, it shows the power of having trans representatives in office. It shows the power of having people in office that actually care and actually are able to give a voice to the marginalized community. It shows that if we stand up for our community and we stand up for our rights, that we can make a difference. Like, a lot of Democrats seem to think that the trans rights issue is cursed. Like, there are a ton of people that think that like, they're Democrats and they think if they stand up for trans rights that they're cursed. And it's just not true. It's just not true. Like there are a lot of people who are sympathetic if you just give a voice to the issue in an appropriate way and stand on principle. Like, stand on your principles. People respect that. People respect principles a lot. Like, if you watch the speeches, like if you watch the speeches, there's a Republican who gives who addresses it, like that gives up and speaks about the bill after Zoe speaks, and the Republican is like literally flipped over because Zoe was talking about principles, was talking about family values and how like that fits with her and her son, and like made a big difference. It's interesting. So shout out to Erin Reed too, Zoe Zephyr's wife, amazing trans journalist. Yes, I've shouted out Erin Reed a number of times in my videos. I think Erin is incredible. Erin is incredible. I always have trouble getting my thoughts out into the world, and I'm not sure if you want or need my understanding of how this universal experience is and could be from there, you know? I mean, Sleeping Willow, I love reading chat. I feel like it helps me connect to my viewers. It helps me connect to what people are thinking. So I love reading chat. I will not say no to reading your chats. I just did not understand what you were talking about. Erin's reporting is the only thing that feels like it's truly informative. Legacy media is failing us. Yeah, Erin is like doing like the work. Like she's doing the work. I don't even want to think about where we would be without Erin. I'm being for real. Erin and Zoe are a power couple. They are definitely a power couple. I wish I wish we could all be like that, but you know, not blaming anyone or anything. Just saying that, like, imagine if every T for T couple was like was like doing like work like that. I've been told iced water is distinctly an American thing. Yeah, if you go to Europe, they don't put ice in their water. They drink things like room temp most of the time. It is an American thing to like need your drinks to be like ice cold or whatever. Yeah, that is pretty American. It's as American as apple pie. So it's been 4 hours. I sort of ran out of things to talk about. I feel like I've honestly covered more things than I thought I was going to cover, which always happens, which is nice because chat's here and you guys bring in stuff that I didn't think about or like didn't plan on talking about, which I appreciate. Definitely nothing wrong with that. That is a good thing. But, you know, I'm not sure how much longer I really want to go. For Yamez, thank you. I hope I said that right. Thank you so much for the €5. Thanks for the chill. It just helps to feel sane, being in a space grounded in the same reality, keeping our morale going and respected well-sourced info. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. That really means a lot. I love these live streams. I feel like for me, it's probably cathartic for you guys to hear me talk about stuff, but it's also very cathartic for me to talk about this stuff with you all. Like having you guys be here to talk about these issues, see what everyone's thinking, get everyone to, you know, into the same space, really chatting. Like someone earlier said that this is like a third place for leftists where it's like we can actually chat and talk about stuff and workshop ideas and all of that. And it is really like that. Like I feel like honestly right now, YouTube, I'm not like a YouTube shill. Like I don't think YouTube is inherently left wing or anything. Of course it's not, but there's a lot happening on YouTube right now on the left, like a lot. And I love being a part of it. I'm very thankful that like my platform is growing and that everything is going well. I actually do have one more thing I want to talk about before we start wrapping up on the stream. And I wanted to talk about this at the end because I know people want me to talk about politics for the whole time. So I wanted to talk about the fact that like my last 2 videos have not done super well. And I'm not blaming anyone for that at all. I think it's actually more my fault than anything. I think that my videos, now maybe this is just me being crazy, me being a little goofy goober, but I feel like my videos are too long. I feel like they are way too long. I know that I'm very long-winded and I go on for a long time. So my videos always end up being like 40, 50 minutes or whatever. And I always tell myself, okay, my video is going to be 30 minutes this week. And then it's like an hour almost. And it's like, okay, well, I did not meet that mark. Oh man, I just got here. I'm sorry, String. Well, there'll be an entire 4-hour VOD for you to watch if you want, though. Hi, Sky. I'm doing well. I'm just chatting as we start, you know, doing that whole thing. That's 30 minutes, so it's twice as good. Plan for half the time you intend. Well, I'm just curious. First of all, I want to know what you guys think about it. Do you like? I don't want glazing. I know some of you are Patreon subs. Some of you are just like people that watch my content. Like, I get that there are people that like my content, but like, do you all think that my content is too long? Like, would you prefer my videos be a bit shorter? I'm kind of thinking that I should cap my videos at 30 minutes. Like, I should make sure that my videos do not go over 30 minutes. If you were not saying anything, 50 minutes would be long, but you're saying a lot. Yeah, I mean, I definitely fill the time. Like, I cut out all the silence. I cut out all the bad takes. I try to just leave in the stuff that I think matters. But I just am very long-winded. For me, yes, and also no on length. I got burnt out on doom scrolling and hug boxes. Okay. I have ADHD, so I don't feel like I'm a good barometer. Well, but like, I have ADHD. So, and I actually, someone asked earlier and I completely skipped over the message and I apologize for that. Like, I'm on the autistic spectrum and I'm also ADHD. I'm like the AUDHD thing or whatever, you know, like both. I have the both. In all seriousness, I think it's fine, but I prefer long form content. I don't think they're too long. I guess I could turn that into a pun too. I like long form the way you do it, but I don't think I'm the average. I personally don't think your videos are too long, but I do like longer videos. Have you considered finding a co-host for your lives? A co-host for my lives? Do you just mean like someone to like someone I would be chatting with on the live streams? Because I engage, like, chat is like my co-host. Like, you guys in chat are my co-hosts. Like, I spend my entire stream reading and engaging with chat, and if I had someone else in here with me, I don't know. I feel like I would struggle to engage with chat as much. Good night, Joe. It was nice having you in the stream. Thank you for being here. Enjoy your evening. As a writer, I feel like things should be as long as they need to. I don't know how much scripting you do. I do very little scripting. That's part of the reason why my videos end up so long, is I script like bullet points. Like, I'll basically think of a topic and then I will figure out like what points I want to make and what content I'm going to show. And then I just do it. Like, I just go. I just go. And so that's part of the reason why it's so long, is because I'm not talking off of a script. I'm just talking normally, which makes it a little more roundabout, like a little less concise. But I like the conversational tone. Like, I don't really like scripting things because I feel like it makes it sound really like, it makes it sound scripted, you know? And I'm not sure about that. I love the long videos. I just don't have that much time to watch, and I can't stay on one topic for a long time, but I would watch all your long videos. And the couple long I saw, I love. Okay, well, but see, that's like, it's okay if you don't have, like, if you like the long videos, but you don't have time for them, that's Valid. Freddie, the co-host. You could try a couple shorter and see how they land, but I think the big thing is keeping your original vibe, which I am here for. Yeah, for sure I'm gonna keep the original vibe. For sure. I'm not going to lose that. I just I don't know. I feel like my videos are a little unapproachable for people. Like they see a 50-minute video and they're like, "Oh my god. Oh my god." And then they don't want to watch it because it just seems like a lot to them. Your videos are perfect length for what you want to say and talk about. I find your content to be particularly well formatted, positive, and empathetic. Thank you. More videos, but shorter. Amber, that's really good advice. I just can't do that. I don't have time to do more than one video a week. Like if I could do a 10-minute, 20-minute video every day, like 5 days a week or whatever, like, that would definitely be better for my channel. But like the reason why I do one long video a week is because I have enough time to do one video a week. And usually that means that I'm talking about a lot of stuff in one video. Does that make sense? Like if I had more time and more funding and more, like if my platform was bigger and I had more funding for it and I was like doing full time, then you bet your butt I would be here like 5 days a week, like putting out a video. But what about shorts? I would love to do shorts. I don't know how I would, like, I don't know where I would acquire the shorts from. Like, I'm not sure if I have enough time to record and edit and upload shorts. Like, maybe I would have time to upload a short if it were cut out of longer content or something. But YouTube shorts just pull key points out of your longer videos and throw them into the universe. Fair enough. I mean, I guess I don't really think about it. If anyone's ever watching, if you're ever watching my content and you see a clip that like you think is really good for a short, you can like DM that to me on Discord. Like just join my Discord. I have the link pinned in chat. You click my link tree, you go through there, my Discord link's there. You can just DM me, like say like a part, like just a link to the video with the section highlighted, or like how you can link a video that starts at a specific point. Like you could do that, and then I could see it and stuff. I just like when I make my, looking at the pure data, out of your top 10 videos, only 3 are 40 minutes or longer and 7 under 35 minutes. So statistically, it'd be more beneficial to do shorter videos, purely analytic. Yeah, that's why I'm having this conversation, because I've noticed that my top performing videos are not as long. And have you tried pulling your videos up by the bootstraps yet? That's really funny. Thank you for that joke. That was very funny. Just keep doing one long video and cut it into shorter clips for newer viewers. That's a good idea. I'm just curious what I'm just curious, like, I don't know. I guess I just don't have an eye for it. Like, I don't, when I'm making videos or editing videos, I don't like think, oh, that would be a great short. Like, I'm not. You're already at 12.6k subs. You're doing everything great. Thank you, One Love. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate the support everyone's been giving me. I'm just like, I don't know how to talk about this, but like, I work a full-time job and YouTube takes a lot of time and energy out of me, and I love it, but like, I can't do this forever. like working a full-time job plus doing YouTube is so much. Like I need YouTube to either go full-time eventually, or I need to like just focus on my job. You know what I mean? So like I feel a sense of urgency to try to reach a point where I can at least cut back my hours at my work. Like if I reach a point where I can cut back my hours at my work, then even that would like make this more doable. Some people do several videos in one day. Yeah, those people do it as a full-time job and have editing crews and have other people. Like I'm not able to do that. Like you got like Secular Talk and Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman. These are like multi-million sub channels, okay? They have the funding to make that happen. I don't. Like I don't make enough money to even like I have to work my full-time job to pay my bills. I barely have time to pee. Exactly. I recorded my BG3 gameplay, uploaded it, and scheduled it as premiere. It was a little over 57. Wait, what? Your entire Baldur's Gate 3? I don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't understand, Jockey. Surely not surely the whole game wasn't 57 minutes for you. Although you get more engagement with longer videos, so you probably get more from those 3 long videos. I think I've seen it described. Shorts are more for making a salient, concise point. Maybe after you make the long video, what would be the 30-second pitch to someone to watch the full video? That's not a bad idea. Like after I record a long video, record a short video out of the same concept, and then just edit them at the same time so that maybe I can have enough time to do that. That's not a bad idea. Or like the idea of cutting something out of my longer video is also a good idea. I just don't I just don't have like I don't have an eye for shorts. Like I don't watch shorts. And so like when I'm making my content, I don't think, oh hey, that would be a really great short. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't hit me like that. That's probably something I need to work on. Vouch 2, I get like 5 videos from him a day. Okay, but what he does is he streams and then he like editors edit his videos and upload them for him. So like literally all he has to do is stream. Okay? Like do you understand how that's different? You know what I mean? Like I am a small bean. I'm a small bean, okay? I don't have the resources or the structure, you know? So I would love to be able to put out 5 videos a day, but I just don't think that my channel, like I don't think my audience would necessarily like that. And I also don't have the time to do it. Maybe the last 2 videos just hit the algorithm low. I don't think you need to change anything. I don't know about that. See, I was trying to figure it out. Okay, so let me break it down with the last 2 videos. The quality would also go down if I did 5 videos a day. Well, it depends. If I were full time, my video quality would go out or would go up because I would have more time to like put in. Like I literally have I don't have much time to do the videos. Like I really don't have a lot of time to work on them. So like I genuinely feel like my content could be better if I had more time to like work on it. So okay, so the last 2 videos, one video was about the Democrats and it had nothing to do with trans people, like nothing to do with our community, okay? And so that video 3 weeks ago, sorry, that video 3 weeks ago was all about the Democrats. And it did really badly. It's one of my worst performing videos on my channel ever, out of my top 10, I guess. And I um I kind of felt like it was because there was nothing related to the trans community. Like I kind of felt like, okay, this is just about politics in general, and my community expects the content to be related to trans rights. So that's what I thought when that video came out. Then my last video came out, and it is about trans rights, and it's about a pretty big topic, and I was early on it, but it was 50 minutes long. And I feel like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit my mic. I feel like when I was making videos about the executive orders and when Trump getting in office, they were longer, but I think people were willing to watch them because it was like this critical moment where like it was really important to cover the executive orders fully and like really go through the text of them. And so I feel like it was you know, I feel like it was sort of like that, where the moment required longer content, I guess, you know? But then, like, if I'm talking about Gavin Newsom and whatever, to be fair, my last video was not just about Gavin Newsom. It's also about, like, you know, Zoe Zephyr and Montana and all that. But that was like too long for people to care about that specific topic. Does that make sense? Gimpy Gavin. I'd love to see you on the Humanist Report when they go live on Thursday. You can get on there for as long as you want. Reach out to Mike. I don't know if they would let me on. I'm being so fucking for real. If what do they call that? The what is the Thursday show called for the leftist mafia collective? What is it called again? The leftist mafia, is that what it's called? I can't remember what their weekly live stream is called. If they would let me on there, I would go on there in a heartbeat. Okay, I work Thursday nights, but I would like tell my job, I would be like, I am unavailable Thursdays nights, because I would 10,000%. Good night, Jackie. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. You know, Brian Tyler Cohen just announced a new community collaboration. He is starting to boost and support progressive content creators. Have you heard of this yet? I heard about it. The way that Brian described it sounded like it was media training for new content creators. I don't know. I don't really know exactly what is it. I was really unclear about like what the actual help would be, because like I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but like I don't feel like I need a workshop on how to make YouTube content. I feel like I need help getting my name out there and getting like visibility. Like if Brian Tyler Cohen wanted to boost my channel, that would be really helpful. Like if he shouted me out or whatever, and that's not going to happen. I know Brian Tyler Cohen doesn't know who I am. Okay. Like he has no idea who I am. I am nothing. I don't think any of the left tubers know I exist. Like I would be surprised if Kyle Kalinske or any of these other people knew I existed. That would genuinely shock me, because I just don't think that that's true. I think that they are so big, like those fish are so big. I'm just like I'm such a small fish that they don't even know I exist. But I mean, like I would do collaborations. I would do something that would actually help bring more viewers to my channel. I just don't think I really need to do like a workshop camp for progressives. You know what I mean? So like I'd be curious to know what's the details of that program, but I'm not sure it would be actually helpful. You have great ideas. You can go head to head with the best on the topics. Oh, well, thank you. One love. You were so sweet. You were so sweet. Genuinely, thank you. Do I know of Dead Domain or Queen Coke Francis and Fossil Daddy? I don't know anything about Queen Coke Francis and Fossil Daddy. That's not a name I've heard of before, but I've definitely heard of Dead Domain. You know, like I follow a lot of left tubers. Like I've listened to a lot. Like I know a lot of leftist content creators. Why don't I reach out to others and do some collabs? I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to reach like people, and I don't know what's appropriate. Like I don't know if it would be improper for me to reach out to certain people. Like I don't know if they would want to work with me. I don't know. And that's a good idea. That's definitely a good idea. I'd have to put some more time and effort into figuring out how to do that. There's also the fact that like my schedule is so limited. I'm gonna be for real for you guys. I make my content at like 1 a.m. Like when I'm recording my videos, I get home from work at like 11 p.m. after closing the store, and like I start recording at like midnight, and I usually don't get done recording until like 1, 2 in the morning, and then I'm editing until like 5 in the morning. And Monday is literally the only day of the week that I have time to do a live stream. So like I've had people reach out to me. Like I've had a couple content creators that are like, you know, same kind of space reach out to me. And I've been unable to work. Like one person wanted me on a Thursday podcast, but like I work every single Thursday. So it's, you know, does that make sense? Like it's hard. It's really hard for me to figure out how to do the collab when I barely have time to make the content that I'm making. Again, coming back to the fact that I'm like, I work a full-time job and it's just really frustrating. I think you'd want to contact them on Blue Sky or a business email. Maybe. Is that what I would, I can see an email. An email might work, but I don't know if a lot of people read their emails. But as pathetic and opportunist as the Gavin and Charlie interview was, the real enemy are those actively trying to erase the trans community. Not trying to say the interview doesn't contribute to that, but well, I mean, yes, that's a point. That's definitely a decent point, but I feel like it's important to cover because the Democratic Party seems to believe that like leftist activism has hurt them, when in reality, it's their lack of standing up for anything that has hurt them. And I feel like Gavin Newsom highlighted that issue perfectly on that podcast with Charlie Kirk, because like Gavin Newsom was the most agreeable person ever to literally like a Nazi, to like a renowned bigot. Like he was just like best friends with Charlie Kirk. And I think that that's really important for people to see. Like I think it's really important to talk about that stuff, because like Gavin Newsom needs to see the backlash to that interview. Like he needs to realize that like electorally, caring about electoralism as your main principle is going to make you lose. Like all Gavin Newsom cares about is electoralism. He made it clear. He said in the interview, I don't want to make this all about electoralism and what's effective electorally. But then he continued like the entire conversation. He framed everything in that lens. He framed everything as whether it was an electoral winner or loser. And it's like, and he even like I talked about this in my video, but Gavin Newsom even like he said to Charlie Kirk, he's like, oh, you're against same-sex marriage, and that's a minority position, but you stand on that principle because you have principles. And it's like, dude, like, you're doing the opposite thing with trans rights. Even if the sports issue is a minority issue, which I'm not even sure it is, because the only reason why Americans have any issue with trans people in sports is due to ignorance of the medical transition process. Like, they don't understand what HRT does, so they don't know that it's actually, like, there's no biological advantage if someone has been on HRT for a long enough time. It has completely eradicated any biological advantage that they had. And, like, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? That, like, he's just, like, completely capitulating, even though he's apparently, he cares about principles so much, but he's, like, not principled at all. You know what I mean? Like, he's just fake. Like, he's just fake as fuck. I feel like a lot of what has happened to do with troll bots and data-driven. Wait, I feel like a lot of what's happened has to do with troll bots and data-driven campaigning. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like, a lot of the comments that I get on, thank you, by the way, Kyle. I appreciate that. That means a lot. I feel like a lot of so I get a lot of right-wing comments on my YouTube channel, and I'll be totally honest with you, a lot of them smell like Russian bots. Like, a lot of them are so glazy towards Trump, and they're so, like, basic right-wing, like, I don't know. It just, a lot of it feels fake. A lot of it feels like bots. A lot of it feels like fake engagement from the Russian government to drive division in American culture. Capitalist profit mindset, but for elections, not a principle to be found, apparently. Yeah. I'll consider reaching out to some people and seeing, like, what I can do in terms of collabs or anything like that. I don't know if anyone would be willing to collab with me. I would love to do some collabs and work on that kind of stuff if at all possible. And I'm probably going to work on trying to be a little more concise in my videos. Like, I don't want to sacrifice the quality. And I really appreciate all the feedback. Like, it's clear that people really like that my content is thorough and that I try to cover everything in as much detail as possible. Like, I really appreciate that my viewers, like, you care about that. So that means a lot to me. And I'm going to do my best to maintain that kind of content. Like, I'm not, instead of rambling about nothing or whatever, like, just keeping, like, I want to keep my videos focused like they are, but I also feel like I want them to be a little more approachable to people who don't already love or engage with my content. Like, yeah, Freddie want me to play with him. He's bored. I feel like I need to make my videos like 30 minutes or less. Or I need to, like, the shorts idea is a good idea too. Like, making shorts out of my long form content and then pointing to the longer video and being like, hey, you should watch this. The talking points are driven by the right wing and catfished 4chan trolls. The fact about sports is that it's not even a government domain issue. There are independent governing bodies for every sport. That's true. And transphobes, like, the transphobic sport policies hurt cis people too. Like, there have been multiple cis women who have been accused, quote, like, accused as if it's a bad thing, of being a trans person. Like, you got Amani Khalif. I hope I said that right. She was that boxer, and to this day, Trump still thinks that she's a trans woman, even though she's literally a cis woman. Freddie, I love you. For the sports thing, isn't there an advantage if the athlete transitioned after puberty? I cannot speak today, I swear. I'm pretty, like, I don't think it's been studied enough. I don't know if we have, like, super definitive studies on it, but, like, if you've been on HRT for 2 years, 3 years, then you've gone through the opposite sex's puberty. Like, you've literally, like, you have like hormones create the profile of the body, and like you know what I mean? Like if testosterone, okay, if you take a bunch of TRT and then you stop, do you know how long Imani? Oh boy. I'm gonna look it up after the stream. Thank you for Imani? Iman? Iman? Oh, is it Iman? Khalif? Iman? I don't know. I'll look it up after stream. But so hold on. Brain just stopped working. So if you're a cis man and you're on TRT, you get stronger. If you stop taking TRT, you return to your normal levels of strength. Like you do not maintain that advantage that you gain. So if you're going the opposite direction and you're removing testosterone from the body and putting estrogen in its place, I feel like it's obvious that there's going to be a huge difference. You know what I mean? Like I mentioned this earlier. Before transition, I used to be able to lift 100 pounds, 120 pounds, like, you know, just throw some concrete over my shoulder and I could carry it or whatever. Now I can barely lift like 60 pounds. Like if I try to lift 80 pounds, I cannot do it. Like I'm like significantly weaker. Oh, Victoria, I don't want to argue about that with you. I don't feel like you understand that very well. And you've been a good chatter. You've been a good chatter so far. Why are you saying that? Minors receive medical care all the time for all sorts of things. Puberty blockers are safe and effective. Like, kids do not receive medical treatment until 12 to 14 years old, if at all. There's like, if you look at the numbers, it's like 1,000 trans kids over the past 5 years have received like puberty blockers or medical transition. That's like 200 kids a year. Yeah, please. I really hope that's sarcasm. Maybe you were making a point. Maybe you were making a joke saying that, like, yeah, maybe we should let kids die of preventable illnesses because they can't buy cigarettes. Is that what you were doing? Were you making a joke? Did I miss a joke? Did I take that too seriously? Someone commented on my last video and said something that was like, sounded transphobic, but like if you reread it from a different perspective, it was actually her just saying, like, someone said something like, I would rather compete against other women in sports rather than compete against men and lose. Like, and like super, yes, sarcasm. Oh, okay. Whew. Scared me for a second. You scared me for a second. Okay. I feel like I need tone indicators sometimes, because you never know. Like sometimes people that are like in the community have some takes that I do a double take at. But anyway, shoot, what was I talking about? Oh God, what was I talking about? I've hit the point where I can't remember my train of thought. Like I've been doing this. My brain is full of stuff. Sorry, Victoria. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like come after you at all. I just felt like I had to. I read that wrong, basically. Rereading it kind of made it muscle loss. Yeah, I remember talking about that. I thought I had moved on to something else. Hello, Mia. I could have sworn I had moved on to something else. I can't remember. Brad. Oy vey, I'm being highly sarcastic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, going in the opposite direction, taking less testosterone to make you weaker. Yeah. And then the fact that like trans women will not dope on tea, like trans women won't take performance enhancing substances because give him a chin scratch. Yeah. Yeah. He's a good boy. Are you a good boy? Yes, you are. Yeah. I think I keep petting his butt. Like you can't see it, but I'm just like petting his butt this whole time. I didn't move on to another point. Okay, my brain is just melting to the point. The point is the kids can't get tattoos and buy cigarettes, so therefore conservatives think they shouldn't have access to valid medical treatment. Yeah. Okay, you're good. Freddy, my baby, my Freddy baby. He's purring like a lot right now. I'm sorry, Victoria. I didn't mean to go after you like that. I've seen some chatters have some really wild takes before, and I thought you were having a moment like that, and I feel bad. Oh, there was someone who commented on my last video and said something that sounded transphobic, but oh yeah, that's what I was saying. They said I would rather compete against other women than compete against men and lose. And I thought they were saying like they were a cis woman and they'd rather compete against, women than compete against a trans woman. But they were a trans woman saying that they'd rather compete against women than compete against men. And so I misread that comment. It was an awkward moment. I felt bad. Okay, so it's been almost 5 hours, guys. I really need to probably wrap up, guys, gals, and MB pals. I need to wrap up. And I've been trying to stop saying guys, like gender neutral, because it kind of bugs me a little bit. So like I've been trying to work on that. It's like one of those old habits that I'm having a really hard time with. But I'm going to try and get HRT soon, but my parents aren't really on board, but my therapist sure is. Aw. Well, I wish you luck. Say y'all. Yeah, I should probably say y'all. Or something. I mean, I don't even open hours with the secondhand smoke, lead, paint, sports food. I'm all for children receiving health care. Oh. I don't know why the message got deleted. I always said you guys, but on the y'all train now. Yeah, I should say y'all. That's a good replacement for that. I'm a huge advocate of folks. I like saying folks. I like saying trans folk. Like I feel like that's a little more inclusive. Anyway, I appreciate you all for being here. Thank you so much. I will be back next Monday with another stream. I'm going to try to have a video out this week as well, of course. And I will try to make it a little bit shorter. Maybe I'll start doing shorts. We'll see. I'd get to bed, but I've spent all day writing a psychological horror story. My brain won't turn off. Oh yeah, when you ramp up really hard and you like can't turn off, I get that. Make sure you all do a tiny little thing for me. Make sure you find some water and drink it. So like I got water right here. Drinking it. Make sure you find some water and you drink it. Thank you all for being here, for engaging. I appreciate you all so much. And I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Bye-bye.